Hey y'all, hey. Come on in, come on in. Hey y'all. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. Come on in, tap the screen. Hey fam. Hey BTG fam. How's your Wednesday going? Y'all tap the screen, share the live so that we could talk. Let's talk. What's been going on? Hey. Come on in, tap the screen. Let's have a convo. BTG is back this week. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? Hey, Kaya. Y'all tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. You're irked. Disclaimer, this is coconut water, pineapple juice, and cranberry juice. Make sure that's on there as I'm talking. It's not just a solo red cup, okay? Kaya, why are you irked? Hi, time. Happy Wednesday. Y'all tap the screen, share it with your friends. Let's bring in the fam. Let's talk. Let's have a family conversation. Let's have a family conversation. Because it's a lot. Like, we're back and the show is moving. I just watched today's episode. Hey, Mandy. Ashley, zero stroke, Aunt Monica. Yo. Yo. Monica got a new wig and she brand new, ain't she? Monica got a new wig. She said, I'm brown. I done dyed my hair. We all blonde and brown now. I did. I liked it. I liked the switch up. I said, okay, Monica. Monica came in with the swoop de doop. Okay. She said, it's summer. It's summer. Hey, sofa time. Yes. Hey, Miss Kiana. How's y'all Wednesday going? Did y'all enjoy today's episode? I know. I love this show. The Haley swoop from season 1. Monica got the Haley swoop from season 1. She do. Hi, Stace. Stace tells stories. That's lit. I like that name. Let's tap the screen, y'all. Let's keep it going. Let's get these likes up. Let's get up to 5K. This week, I can't with y'all saying this week has been slow, y'all. We can't have a tornado every week. This is why it took us forever to get the tornado, because they trying to build up a world and we trying to get Scandal in 10 episodes. It's still Beyond the Gates. It's still a soap opera. It's still CBS. We got to give it time to breathe. We just came off of like a whole month of craziness. Hey, Dime. We just came off a whole month of craziness. They have to establish new storylines. I'm excited about some new storylines. Thank you, Boo. Thank you for the hearts, love. I'm excited for the new storylines. Like, I think we're getting to some new ground. You still watching, Mandy? Good. Good. Let's keep it watching. Let's keep it watching. Let's talk about this week. So, this week so far, I was right. I was right. Kat has turned Tomas down. Oh, shout out to, how you say your name? Joyanne? Joyanne, I do background on BTG and it's the best set. That's what's up. I love background work. I love production. Shout out to you. I'm on board with new stories if they start treating Kat better. I know, Stays. And to be honest, they a little quiet for me. They a little quiet for me. Martin, why is Martin the only one that feels like he needs to apologize to Kat? And then when he brought it up to Ted, Ted talking about, oh, y'all will fix it. Y'all will fix it in your own way. Like, no. No, we won't. We won't. He better get over here and kiss the ring. Let me plug this light up because it's going to make me mad. There we go. He better kiss the ring. Hey, Dime. Yeah. Martin, like, Kaya. It's so annoying. It's so annoying that even Ted was like, oh yeah, you're good. Like, no, you're not good, bro. You're not good. Everybody in this room needs to apologize to Kat. That's what I wanted Vernon's speech to be. I wanted Vernon's speech to be, congratulations, Kat, for braving all of that pressure and chaos that we put you through in order to save your sister. Thank you for rising to the occasion. And please forgive us for putting you in that horrible position. That would have been a great speech. That would have been a great speech. But then Tomas interrupted him. I said, Tomas interrupted Vernon? We interrupted Vernon now? He had a little too much dip on his chip. He had a little too much dip on his chip. I said, Tomas is hype. Tomas is hype. He thought he was the program. Tomas was hype, okay? He said, I did the things. He said, I did the things. I planned the party. I got everybody settled. I got my girl out. First of all, he really didn't know Kat because Kat was mad that they didn't make a fuss over her in that hospital room. Okay. Kat said, where's my party? We can't leave this hospital room because everybody's coming here. She said, we can't leave. Like, where are we going? My parents aren't here. My grands aren't here. Like, everybody's supposed to have, you know, a New Orleans line. They supposed to have a whole line going for me leaving this, leaving this hotel, like leaving this hospital room. Where is everybody? Where are the people? Oh my gosh. We don't interrupt. Exactly. We don't interrupt the patriarch and mama them. Exactly. I said, where is the respect, sir? Have a seat. Have a seat. It was too much. It was too much. And he was hurt. His poor little soul was hurt. And when he went to cry to Eva about being rejected in front of the whole family, sir. You gonna go to Eva? You gonna go talk to Eva? You gonna talk to Eva? And see, this is why he ain't never gonna be nothing to me, right? He over here talking about, oh, you my only friend. Why is Eva your only friend still? To this day? To this day, Eva is your only friend? Like, hold on. It's been like months. Y'all, you slept with this girl. The moment you slept with old girl, she was no longer your friend. She was no longer your friend. Hey, Tania. Is it Tania or Tanaya? Hey, Tanaya. Yes, you have met your tribe. It's BTG fam in here, boo. He loved making. Oh, sorry. We're going to talk about it. When he said he didn't have that many friends, girl. Tonight, okay. Nice to meet you, boo. Hi, Marv. Yo, there is never a time to where Tomas can justify a friendship with Eva to me. There's no way. Thank you. Wait, B Gray. Thank you. He lied. Tomas was on the phone with a friend a few episodes ago. He was. What friend was that? What friend was that? And then he had to leave the hospital to do some type of big brother thing situation. So you ain't got no adult friends in that group that you working with? Tomas, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Tomas thought that he was going two-step. He thought that he was going merengue into Eva's living room and it was going to be a little bop-bop one too. He really thought he was going to replay the song, y'all. Kaya, you erased that in your head? His bad acting really does irritate me. He did not live up to the hype of the room, okay? Because first of all, Isaiah was a brick wall when he opened that door. When Isaiah opened that door, Isaiah was like, where you going? You came here to see who? You came here to see who? You came to see my girl? Y'all tap that screen. You came here to see my girl? What? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If Eva would have kept them AirPods in her ear, Tomas would have never crossed the threshold. Isaiah would have said, thank you. I'll take that on her behalf and close that door right in his face. Why are you here, bro? So then of course, here go Miss Eva. Oh, hey, Tomas. Why does Eva try so hard to say Tomas? I feel like Eva goes out of her way to put a twang on Tomas whenever she says Tomas. Oh, how you doing, Tomas? Why you talking about him like that? Why you saying his name like that, Eva? Please. Why you saying his name like that? Hey, Tomas, how you... I said, what type of mess is this? What type of mess is this? And she was down with the Kiki. And this is the thing that kills me about Eva, right? This is where Eva is really like her mom. Because she gonna play the game. She gonna play oblivious. She's like, oh my God, why are you here? Oh my God. You proposed to her and she said no? Oh my God. She said no? Oh, that must have hurt. That must have hurt so bad. Like, that must have hurt so bad. And then and then he got in his feelings and she said, whoa. We cool and all, but we ain't all that. We cool and all, but we ain't all that. She said, heard it all before. She started hitting that. Wait, hold on. Come home late. It seems you barely beat the sun. Like, wait, I heard this before, Tomas. Why do you feel so comfortable? Why do you feel so comfortable going to Eva with your cat mess? Because you know she'll entertain you. He knew that she would entertain her. He knows that one thing that both of them got in common, outside of that little janky science fiction-y books that they read in, one thing that they got in common is their disdain for Kat. Tomas can't stand Kat. And I need to figure out why he trying to tie a knot when he can't stand the lady. Because ain't no way you love this woman, and the moment y'all have a disagreement, she been good with you for the longest. Y'all been good. Y'all been doing good. But the moment she told you, bruh, this marriage, I don't want to get engaged right now. She said, I don't want to get engaged right now. That's all she said. You didn't even let old girl get out of her hospital clothes. You ain't even let old girl get out her hospital clothes before you took her to her grand's house and threw a ring in front of her. That wasn't even that cute, to be honest. The ring wasn't even that cute, to be honest. I thought it would be more, original. Hadn't even showered, time. I mean, dang. And then the one, now y'all have one disagreement and you go straight to Eva. I wouldn't even be mad if he would have went to Bill. I know that Bill is a horrible influencer, but I wouldn't have been mad if he went to Bill. Y'all tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 7K. And if you don't follow me already, follow me. This is definitely Beyond the Gates Live. I'll be going live every week, Wednesdays and Fridays. So tap that live. Share this to all of your Beyond the Gates friends so that we can continue to have the conversation. I definitely think that he should have talked to Bill. Right? Because if you ain't got no friends, Bill can't know that he cheated on Kat. I think Bill does know. Does Bill know by now? I'm not sure. Karen says she hope he stays in Puerto Rico. Girl. Because why are you here? Now granted, I can't stand being on Toma's side. I appreciated the way that he told her that they couldn't move in together the way that she's thinking. And the funny thing about it, y'all, watching that conversation between Kat and Tomas was like, oh my God, this is probably how it went a little bit between Nicole and Ted. Because Ted, obviously, like, he's good. She met him as a doctor, like, prestigious. They working and everything. But I'm pretty sure he had to have that same conversation with Nicole. Like, I'm not trying to be your Stedman. I'm not trying to be a kept man. I'm trying to be like I'm trying to be your partner. I wonder how many times Ted had to have that conversation with Nicole. But I'm glad that Tomas did bring that up to Kat, because it is weird that she wanted to buy a whole condo and then be like, well, we'll move in. I talk about that all the time. I think it's weird when a couple gets together and they're like, okay, we're going to progress and we're going to live together and we're going to do the things. And they're like, okay, you have to move into my place or I move into your place, instead of them finding a place together and moving in. You need neutral territory. So I definitely think that, if they're going to move in together, they have to find their own spot. Tomas will be an Uber driver if Bill knew. Fair, because he told him from the beginning, don't mess with my niece. He straight up told him, do not mess with my niece. So yeah, it would definitely be something if they did that. For real, oh, my bad. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Tomas have gotten fired instead of kissing them. And Danny even says she make a phone call to Bill. Danny Buck. you know, Danny Buck, when she was talking to Nicole, she straight up said, I will give a... It's so funny how Danny still... She like, I still run Bill. Let me get this man a call. I'll call him. We'll straighten this out. I said, okay, Danny. Okay, Danny girl. If you say so. But no, I'm glad that I'm glad that Kat said no. I'm glad that Kat said no. But I do think it's interesting how much of the Eva slept with Tomas conversation we've had since he proposed, right? Like, everybody is so wild. It's so wild how they love to gaslight Kat. Because every time Kat brought up the fact that Tomas slept with Eva, it was, oh, girl, you need to let that go. There were mistakes that happened, blah, 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 blah. Now that he's bringing up marriage, everybody like, well, didn't he sleep with Eva? Oh, now it's a thing. Now it's a thing. Y'all let all of this go. Hey, Devi, y'all let all of this go. But then when it came to now y'all want to talk about it. Now y'all want to say, oh, well, he slept with Eva. That might not be the... Y'all ain't have no smoke for that man when it happened. Nor Eva. Y'all ain't have no smoke for them. Thanks for the gifts, love. Thank you for the heart. You ain't have no smoke. But now, since he's about to propose, now everybody's like, yeah, I remember. Hey, Bianca girl. Right. Literally, Ted and Martin over there like, oh, well, yeah, he did sleep with... Hey, Fawn. Yeah, he did sleep with Eva. Now it's a thing? Okay. That's just hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me how the goalpost continues to move. It's wild. Oh, Nanya, come on back. She done did a lot more stuff to make you mad. Come on back. Come on back. Hey, Bianca, I did color the locks. I redid my roots. I'm in the light brown area now. I was gonna go like full blonde, but I was like, that's drastic. That's drastic. So, okay, they took... Okay, the faces that everybody made at the proposal was hilarious. First of all, Chelsea, as he's saying the proposal, she's over there wording like, no. Thank you, B. I could do the tips time. I could do the tips. I'm probably gonna, I could play around with that. Dom, just do it. For me, sidebar. For me, when it comes to my hair, my natural hair, I've colored it so many times and it's rocked with me. Like, I already know my moisture routine. So now that I have locks, I'm not scared. Because I've colored it so much. I tell people all the time, however your hair deals with things when it's not locked in its natural state, it's gonna act the same way when you color it. So don't be scared, girl. Don't be scared. Yeah, y'all tap the screen. Let's get it to 10K. They were downing their drink, yo. You said thanks to TikTok, she's done. Nothing's better than watching the show. You gotta watch the show. You gotta watch it in real time so we can discuss together. Yeah, everybody was so uncomfortable. Like, it was like, bro, please don't do it. Please don't do it. And the atmosphere, you don't interrupt Vernon Dupree when he's speaking. You don't interrupt Vernon Dupree. If anything, he should have got Vernon on his side. And this is why he's not fit to be a Dupree, right? Because like you know what was that meme when that guy was like, you think it's small, you gotta think big. You gotta think big, you think it's small. You can't think small when it comes to the Duprees. Okay, he should have talked to Vernon beforehand. When he started setting up this welcome home party, he automatically should have talked to Vernon and said, hey, I need you to do the opening speech and then endorse me so that I can bring in my proposal. You got to incorporate the grand. You already missed the mark when you had Vernon and Anita on the wrong page. You don't propose to Kat and the Grands don't know about it. You don't exactly, Time. He don't understand the dynamics. You over here trying to be a Dupree and you can't even get with the lineup. How does that work? How does that work? You can't do that. That's how you know he don't know how, he doesn't know how things go, because he literally, you asked for Ted's hand in marriage. You asked Ted for Kat's hand in marriage, but you didn't ask Vernon. You know Vernon is the end all be all. We don't care what Ted say. Neither Kat nor Martin cares what Ted says. They don't care about Ted. They want the approval from Vernon. Vernon is the end all be all. He should have talked to Vernon. And that's why the proposal didn't go well, because you didn't have the head. You didn't have the head to agree with the movements. It was a failure in the writing room and not fully on Tomas. Okay. As far as, I think it was a good setup. They did. You're right. The writers did set him up. You're right. The writers definitely set him up for failure. Because there was no way she was going to say yes to that proposal. Even if he did it eloquently and nicely and completely how it was supposed to, she wasn't going to say yeah. That was not going to happen. That's a good question. No, that's a good question. Would a rejection be the end of a relationship? And that's where we are now, right? That's where we are now. And it shows the cracks, because even Kat, the way that Kat feels like she can't even just stand on this no for the proposal, but it still has to go somewhere. Like, oh, I can't just say no and we continue to date. We have to move in together. We gotta make some next step in order for it to be a progression she's trying to overcompensate. I think it might be time to call it quits. I think it might be time to say goodbye. Goodbye for now until we meet again. Okay? Yeah. Anita was like, we not having that party in the country club. And rightfully so. Anita low-key saved him. Because if he had that party in the country club, and Anastasia was there and she denied him that proposal, you telling me that wouldn't be on the front page news of Fairmont Crest the next morning? They would have been eating him alive. It would have been the talk of the town. Okay? You think when Danny slapped Haley, that was the slap heard around the world? This would have been the no heard around the world. They would have not let him live that down. So Anita spared him. At least now he only has to save face in front of the family. That would have been in front of his co-workers. Bill now would have been there. Everything. Hey,
Hey,
Mooku.
Mooku.
Oh, did it
Oh,
bring
did
you
it
up
bring
on
you up on
accident?
accident?
Yeah, I think it brought her up on accident. Sometimes when I share the live, it'll invite the people that I've talked to before. You can come up, Mook, if you wanted to. Let's get to 10K. And I'll start talking to people if someone wants to come up. Um, we need more of Anastasia. No facts. No facts. I love Anastasia moments, and she definitely would have made that moment a lot more interesting. Hey Moo. Hey Muku. I sent that invite, so I think it snatched you right up immediately. That's what it was. Sorry about that. um like Lil Mama on stage with Jay-Z and Alicia Keys. Yeah. Yeah. That that's definitely how it felt. That's how that moment felt. Hey PS Poetic. Alicia said, "What happened to June?" Um, Nothing happened to her. I think she's a reoccurring character. So, and you're right, we haven't seen her since the cotillion, but they did mention her today. They said that Samantha went with her to get a mammogram. So she's doing good. She's doing good. June will be on Friday. That I like that. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the hearts. Leslie Anastasia tag teaming the Duprees might have me rooting for the villains. No, Audrey. No. I do love a good Leslie moment though. I do love a good Leslie moment. And let's shift to a Leslie moment because she's having some interesting dialogue this week. Her asking Jacob to look into Dr. Monica McCormick. Interesting move. Interesting move, right? Because okay, it makes sense. It makes sense because she doesn't want to deal with the same mess that she dealt with Leah, right? But are we are we are we maybe seeing something different? Hey King,
Hi. Hi.
how are you?
I'm good.
What you up to?
Nothing much. I'm watching church service.
Oh, amen. Amen. Yes. I watched my noonday service at noon earlier.
Yeah, I'm watching the AIM convention.
Oh, facts, facts, facts. Did you watch today's episode?
Yes, I did.
How you feel? How you feel about where we at so far?
Feel good, but somebody told me that they need to hurry up because this week's episode is a little boring.
Oh my gosh, but that's what I was telling him. I was saying we can't be so hasty. You know, like it's not a dramatic series. So
Yeah,
it's, like we just had like 3 huge weeks
yeah,
from like the tornado, Eva and Kat, like they gotta even us out again. We probably
yeah.
won't have any like heart stopping moments for a good few weeks.
Mm.
How you feel about Kat turning down Tomas?
I already knew it was gonna happen. At the same time, I kind of feel bad for Tomas.
It was rough. It was rough to watch.
Yeah, and mind you, she did it in front of the whole Dupree family. So that had to be embarrassing. So
No, that's real. He set himself up though. He had a lot of confidence.
I've been bored but still committed since before the tornado.
Dang, Audrey. Yeah, soap operas they have a world. They have to establish the world. We've only been here for 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's going to take some time.
Thomas wears me out. He talks like a robot.
He does. The way that
Yeah.
he ended the conversation when he was at Eva's, and like Isaiah was obviously ready for him to leave. There was like 5 seconds of awkward silence before he walked out. And I was like, did he forget a line or something? It was giving he forgot what he was supposed to say. He just ended it.
I'm glad Eva checked him today though. Checked him.
Exactly. And that's what we was talking about. Like him running the block is wild. Him thinking
Yeah.
that like, and then for him to say that she's his only friend,
Little bit said Chelsea did warn Tomas.
and she did.
Yep.
She did. He was just too enthusiastic. He thought
Even
he knew what was
Ted
going
did.
on. Even Ted did. Even Ted did. Right. I can hear them organs.
Oh my bad.
It's fine. It's fine. We love a good oily moment.
Yeah. Well, we are in church. Church, come on, Oregon.
Yeah, man. No, nobody wanted that proposal. And I think it don't matter what Chelsea would have said. Like even how Naomi was like, "Oh, you should have told Kat." First of all, I thought that was wild. That Naomi was like, "Oh, you should have told Kat that he was going to propose." Girl, you
Uh-huh.
ain't tell nobody you got the BRCA gene.
Exactly. And still not telling nobody. And you over there looking up the side effects and stuff.
Right. And then don't tell me she trying to have like a breast reduction before she's even given breast cancer.
Mm,
I'm like, why is she taking all of these measures before she even talks to anybody?
yeah. And the only one she really talked to was Ashley.
And she ain't gonna do nothing. She all roped
Ashley
in with her
gets on my
boyfriend Grayson.
nerves. So do Grayson. They need to go on. They need to take
I
a break. They need
I
to take a
said,
break.
is this really what excitement looks like for him when he's behind this bar? This really what it looks like?
Probably so. Naomi acting like she has been given
Months to live.
most live.
Yeah. No, for real. She really
Ashley and
is.
her bartender and her boyfriend, the bartender, that was obvious. That was obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Are
was
they worse
obvious
than
how
Ashley and Derek?
it was obviously how they slid in like, oh, he's going to be the bartender.
Yeah.
Like that bartender was just overly extra and horrible. Like him
He
him
got on my
being
nerves too.
he did. I was like, this is so obvious. How you going to give somebody a gin martini when she asked for a vodka martini? Obviously, she wanted vodka.
Ashley only loves men she thinks she can fix.
And that's true. And that's true. And the apple don't fall too far from the tree because Jan over here talking about how in love she is with Owen, and we still ain't met the man.
Exactly.
Who is that man? Who is that
I'm trying to
man?
figure out who's Owen too.
Who is Owen? We've been talking about Owen forever. At one point, I was saying that Owen was the doggone the impaler, and he wasn't even part of that storyline. So who is Owen? I
I
don't
guess
know.
we'll soon meet him.
I hope so. Somebody said Owen married. Oh no.
She met him on the cruise.
She did. She met him on that cruise, but it's been a long time. It's been a long time
Time
since
said, I
that
hope it's
cruise.
cute.
We gonna see. We
And
gonna
then
see.
this Mona and Randy situation. Oh my lord.
Why do they keep trying to push that storyline?
I don't know, but no.
I don't like it. I don't. It
No,
doesn't make any
Randy's not
sense.
trying to get saved and be a whole Christian. He's not trying to do all that.
Right. And if Monica, if Mona is really trying to get her groove back, then that needs to be the narrative. It don't need to be, oh, I'm trying to lead him to Jesus.
Exactly.
Or did Randy have a family and a child in the beginning? That's what he said. Because
Yeah.
he was supposed to be taking his daughter to like Disney World or something. That was like season 1.
Yeah.
And now he just single and ready to mingle.
Mm-mm. I said this before and I'm gonna say it again. I think Lynette is his baby mama and yep.
You
And
think he got a
wife.
kid?
And wife.
You know what? You know what? That don't sound too far fetched to me. And that
Hmm.
would make sense as to why she would go along with this whole missing narrative.
Thought he had a baby mama and a son. Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, he got a son or a daughter. He got a kid. He said he was taking that kid to Disney World. That's what he told Joey. That's exactly what he told Joey. I know Jan was with Mona, but does she even know Cat? No.
Leslie was trying to grab Mona's hand and she said, "Oh no." Yeah, yo, I did laugh at that one too a little bit. She said,
I
"Mm-mm."
cracked up.
Look, and then when she said something about evil, when Leslie said something about evil, Mona said, I knew that girl was smart." I hollered. I said, Mona is not playing.
She not letting up on Leslie, and I'm happy for it. Cause no, we not gonna make it seem like you ain't do what you did. And we know Mona ride hard for Nicole, okay?
I actually thought that Monica was gonna release the free clinic from Garland, but she was
Me
playing.
too. Me too. She was testing her. But
Yeah,
I definitely thought that she was gonna say, nah, we not doing that no
yeah.
more.
She had to see the new Leslie.
Child, the temporarily new. We gonna see how long this new Leslie lasts.
That part.
And then you saw how she brought up that she ain't have nowhere to stay when she was
Mm-hmm.
talking to Mona and Jan. You think they gonna try to make Mona and her be roommates?
Yeah. If that happens, I'm gonna laugh so hard. Look, Tom said the demon is on vacation.
Oh no. Oh my goodness. Hey girl league. Blessings to you as well, babe.
He is preaching tonight.
Yes. No, but that is hilarious. I definitely I'm looking forward to see what happens with Mona and Leslie because she's really not playing no games with her.
Mm. Did
As
the
as she's
hotel
like,
get damaged by the tornado?
I don't think so. No,
Uh,
no, because that's where Haley and Bill are living.
yeah. And I can't stand them two. I'm just ready for this Haley storyline to get over with.
Child, some need
It just
to.
it don't take that long to poison nobody.
It don't. I'm like, what's going on with these drops? Like, how much longer do we have?
Like I'm thinking Randy set her up and gave her some sugar water.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what
Give
I'm
her some
thinking
sugar
too.
to sweeten up his tea a little bit.
Okay.
Ooh-wee.
Okay. No, it's definitely sugar water because ain't nothing happening.
Leslie's house got damaged in the tornado.
It did. It did. It got leveled. Then Leslie needs to carry her behind back there. Period. Period. You was just typing in sugar. It's sugar water. It is. Cause it don't make no sense. I need for Haley to put some drops into one of Bill's drinks and then forget which one it was, and then she drinks it and she freaks
Yeah.
out like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And like and then realizes ain't nothing happening to me.
Yeah.
You know, like
Hmm.
even if she like run to Randy and be like, "Yo, I accidentally drank it. Like, what should I do? What's da 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 da?" And then he's put in a position to be like, "Do I freak out with her or do I tell her that it ain't ain't a problem?"
That'll be a good plot twist. I like that.
Because then we can see where Randy really lies as well.
Yeah.
Because his loyalty is not with Haley.
The house got demolished, so I don't think she gonna worry about that. She was trying to move in with She was trying to move in with
With Eva.
Haley with Eva. Haley, no. Please don't put them together.
Yeah, no. Mm-mm. But now she was trying to.
Hey Ed.
Is he here?
Yeah, I seen him.
Hey. Yeah, she No, that
Taylor's gonna be the
Shouse
number
is,
one suspect on the list of poisoning Bill. Yep.
yeah, yeah, for sure. If he goes down as poisoned, I think that's the biggest thing. As long as they don't find out that he was poisoned, then she's in the clear.
Somebody need to poison her.
Oh no.
I need one of her con friends to
No.
come back that was really mad at her and poison her.
And poison her.
I don't know what happened to Laura. We haven't seen Laura.
Laura, she going on about her business. She over it.
I want to know where this here boo thing she talking about. Or did they break up?
No, for real. Like she did. And then wasn't it a moment when they were alluding to the fact that he was like abusing her?
Who knows?
Remember when she was talking about how he could get aggressive or something? I thought they were going down a domestic violence storyline at one point.
We ain't seen Peaches yet either.
Child, Leslie says she in a senior home.
Truly.
Leslie says she in a senior home. Ed, do you want to come up? I tried to invite you, but it won't show me.
I
Send me an invite.
don't think Leslie is Barbara's daughter.
And that's the thing that's killing me, right? Because if she's not, how is she just straight up getting the payments?
That part.
Like these are like government payments. How could she be getting it if she's not fully her daughter? Hi, Ed.
Hello. Hold
How
on,
are
let me find my.
you?
I'm good. Just I've taken to my bed. Beyond the Gates has worn me out this week.
No, I've seen you like battling in your comments for real. Like people have been quite vocal.
Yeah, I mean, I get listen, everybody's entitled to like what they like who they like. I try really hard to respond to what I'm watching on screen, like what they are putting on screen for us to consume, and not make up stuff in my head about like why I don't like her, because when she was in third grade, she was like this girl I knew in third grade. And
Someone say Peaches is Barbara.
I've been saying that. No, we gonna come to that. Go ahead.
No, but I think that, and I think it's really interesting with Beyond the Gates, particularly. I do think that some viewers are working through some stuff.
Yeah.
Through some of the characters, so
Yeah.
which is like,
it's been a lot of emotions.
But I think that there's been some cats in some people's lives, there's been some Evas in some people's lives, there's been some Bill, because I just learned of something that people on Twitter call Bill that I am highly offended by. And if
can you not say it?
I don't want to say it, but it has to do with his complexion. And if the tables were turned and like somebody were saying that about Leslie or Ted, there would be,
colorism issues.
Yeah, there would be uproars. And so I do think that like with the Beyond the Gates fit, with some of the, I'm not painting a wide swath, but I will say that like I'm what I'm seeing is that people are working through some stuff with some of these characters.
Yeah, and that's the thing with soap operas, like it does open us up to the family dynamics that we do and don't want to talk about. And I think even a lot of people see themselves in a lot of these situations to where they're like, oh my God, I'm Eva. Like,
yeah.
And it just, it triggers a lot. Yeah. How did you feel about the proposal?
I, like as long as it went the route of no, I was cool with it.
Yeah.
What I didn't, so I was fine with, because Tomas is so, he has such a lack of, like, I don't know, like, I have a hard time believing Tomas graduated law school.
He's slow.
And so he has such a lack of like I can't think of the word, like, of perspective, like of being able to like read the room and read the, so the fact that he would interrupt Vernon and to
Yes.
do that, and then that ring, I was like, and I want to make sure, because I
Oh,
think, was that his, is that a family ring?
no, and that's what I was waiting on him to say. I was waiting on him to say, "Oh, my grandmother, my abuelita sent this to me because it was hideous and it was nothing that Kat would want."
Right.
So I was like,
Okay.
"Oh, this has to be a family heirloom." That man said that he saw that ring and it's something that she would want to wear forever. He knows
Okay.
nothing about her.
Okay, so yeah, so there's an awareness thing about Tomas. So like I was fine with the debacle of the proposal. What I wasn't fine with was the next day, where multiple people said Kat embarrassed him in front of the whole family. And it's like, dude, you embarrassed yourself. Because even in her conversation with Chelsea, it was like, oh, he was embarrassed in front of the whole family. And it was like, well, he embarrassed himself by deciding to do a public proposal like that.
Yeah.
And Kat was actually the considerate one by taking him, when Vernon was like, maybe we should give them some, we should give them the room. And Kat said, you know what? No, we'll go. We'll go. And she took him, to a private place to have a
Yeah.
conversation with him. But
Yeah, and Anita saved him because he was going to do that at the country club. I was just saying this before you got in
oh,
here.
that's right, he was.
How crazy if it was like Anastasia in the room and Kat said
Right.
no. Like
Right.
Tomas would have been done for, like in the entire Fairmont Crest. Like
Yeah.
it would have been, they saved him and he
Yeah.
still messed up.
Yeah. And I think that, like, for me, like, and you guys have heard me voice this before, there's so much quick reconciliation of the conflict. So it's like, and I think maybe I was a little bit wrong when it comes to the Kat Tomas stuff, because it seems like we're heading down a road where they're not going to be together, I think.
Yeah.
Although somebody said he's still filming, so who the hell knows. um but like, if he's still filming, then that no should have been the beginning, his villain origin story.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it still might be, honestly.
Maybe, yeah.
Because even the way that he went to talk to Eva, it's
Oh,
showing a pattern. And the
yeah,
conversation, seeing it happen and seeing the conversation between Kat and Chelsea, where Chelsea was like, if you feel like he'll go and talk to another woman just because y'all had a disagreement, we're already in a place of y'all don't need to be together.
right.
And
And then,
he's doing that.
right. And then the crazy thing is the whole, like, I don't want to be a kept man, and the perception that people, well, first of all, nobody will know that, like, yeah, Kat's family will know, but the outside world isn't going to know that Kat bought that condo on her own,
Right.
unless y'all go around telling them. But the other part is, she's a Dupree. You knew she was a Dupree when you met her. You met her at the country club, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
think it was at the wedding, right?
At
At Bill and
the,
Haley's
at the,
wedding.
was it the wedding or the fashion show?
He was her date to the fashion
He was
show.
her date to the fashion show.
Yeah.
Okay, he met her at the wedding. Got you.
So it's like, so Kat has always had more money than you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like Kat,
Exactly.
between her trust fund and her career, like working for Ted and working for, and then starting Chelsea Cat, she's always had more money than him. So what did he think that he was going to, and then all these months, almost a year, did he think that for, like, somehow he was just going to become the breadwinner and she was just going to be like at home?
Right. Right. And it's so weird because he's like, "Oh, I love all those things about you. I love that you're ambitious and you do the things, but I still have to be the man." And it's like, that's the right conversation, wrong context or
Right.
wrong time. Because I
Right.
feel like that's something that should have been a conversation in the beginning.
Early in the relationship, right? Going,
Yeah.
saying, I want, and this is a pattern, because she offered, when he was like, I can't, I'm going to have to cut back on vacations because he was taking a pay cut when he was going to quit the law firm.
Yeah.
And
When he
she
was gonna
was,
go to that new one.
and she was like, "Oh, I could just pay." I think was it a trip or something? And she offered to just, she was like, "Oh, I could pay for it." And he was like, "I'm not going to have." So it's like, obviously, he has issues around money, and um, that should have been an early conversation. It should have been a second or third date conversation of, listen, if this is going to go further, like, I understand that you have money, that you've got, you're doing your thing, but like, I need to pay my way. Like, I never want you to feel like, um, you're carrying me.
Yeah.
And just have an honest conversation about it, and then let her respond, and but because I think that would actually been a really interesting conversation for the viewers to see
Yes.
happen, because I think it's something that, especially Black women who are the most educated and who earn a lot, I think it's something that they contend with. Listen, I don't date women, but from what I see on the interwebs and read, it seems like it's something you all contend with when it comes to dating. When you guys have a nice car, or you own your home, or
Okay, King.
you have a high paying job,
Yeah.
and it's and it can be a point of contention in the relationship. So that would have been something interesting for them to explore on screen, early in the relationship, and then we watch them kind of work through it. But
Absolutely. Even in those moments to where it drew somewhat of a parallel for me, to where it was like, okay, like, these are probably the conversations that Ted and Nicole had, early in their relationship, because I'm pretty sure that had to be established because, even though they met as doctors, Nicole is
Right.
still a Dupree. So
Right.
I'm pretty sure there was moments, even when they got divorced and we had that whole Leslie thing where she thought that she was gonna get the house, and Nicole was like, "Girl, the house is in my name. That's
Right.
their family house, right?" So
Right.
I'm pretty sure her and Ted had that conversation of like,
Right.
my name should be on the house. My name should da 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 da. And I feel that Ted always lost those conversations because of the way that he referred to Leslie in their older days, right? In their newer days. To where it was like, "Oh, she confided in me. She listened to me. She made me feel, da 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 da." So it's like, I can see them throwing in those issues with Kat and Tomas now to show us like, oh, this was an issue
Yeah.
constantly,
Yeah.
and they need to handle that now.
And what's interesting? So, two things. One, what didn't make sense to me today was when Tomas was like, "Well, I'll stay with you, but I want to pay rent and half the utilities, but I'm going to keep my place." And I don't know if he owns or rents, but he's going to keep his place, keep paying his mortgage or his rent,
With
paying
what money?
his full utilities, and sending money back to Puerto Rico. So it's like, what?
As a junior
Can we
partner.
get you a financial advice? Can we get you a financial advisor, please?
Right.
But the other thing that's interesting to me is, and I wonder if they'll do it. I do wonder if they'll do it. Like, Kat should have a conversation with Naomi about, because Naomi now we know Naomi is a freedom rider, and she's, doing all the, helping the disadvantaged and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But there had to be a conversation 6 years ago between Jacob and Naomi about her coming from wealth and him not.
Yeah.
And what that, the disparity of and even her being a lawyer, she's just going to probably out earn him anyway,
Yeah.
out earn him. But
Yeah.
and then the other interesting thing, even though the less I see of them, the better. But also, like, she could even talk, maybe, she could probably even talk to Martin about it with Smitty, and what that conversation was like. So, it's like there are other people in her family or even, like, she could even talk to Anita about it. Well, Anita had money because she was like, but she didn't have, like, because she was an articulate at that point, so she didn't have like Vernon money.
Right, right.
So
And
like
Vernon
so
is that old money. So
yeah, so I
yeah,
guess
that
my
would be
point is
good.
that there are enough people um in her family
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you could have a conversation like who have already been through this.
Exactly. No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. And it's gonna be a thing. I get it being part of his culture. Someone said like it's part of his culture. See, the thing about it is, and someone else said, I don't believe Tomas when it comes to establishing this culture. Okay? Like he picks and chooses when he uses this accent. Somebody said it in the comments earlier. He calls her mamita, and in Spanish that means children.
I thought it was
Exactly.
Mamacita. Is it Mamacita?
We want him to be saying mamacita,
Oh,
and
oh, that's not what he's saying.
that's the thing. He's
Oh,
not saying mamacita. He's saying mamita.
oh,
He's saying something else. I want it to be mamacita. Every time he says it, I want it to be like, did he say mama? And he never says it right. It just makes me so mad.
oh.
Um
Okay, I guess I'm hearing what I thought he
and I
should be
gotta go
saying.
back. Cause
Yeah.
he said it multiple times this last episode. Like, bro, what is this? Like, ugh. It's so annoying. But for me, I feel like he's never really been dominant with
He's
Pat.
so like with Bill, and like he. That's why I said I can't believe. Like if he graduated law school, he did not graduate top of his class
No,
because he is so, like he does not his he has no presence.
no, no. Like it's very it lays flat
Yeah.
all the time. It lays flat. He couldn't even rise. And, I don't like bashing actors as much. I know acting is a choice. You make choices
Mhm.
throughout scenes. I just wish he would make bolder choices. Like even in the scene, it was so much potential in that scene with him, Isaiah, and Eva when he goes to Eva's house.
Right.
And even before Eva sees him, and that moment with Isaiah when Isaiah's like, "I'm not letting you in, bro.
Right.
I don't know what you're here for, but you just gonna have to." And he was just so
Yeah.
docile.
I will just say that I think I said it on Blue. I don't think I said it on here, but Colby and Amber deserve better when it comes to a scene without that. Like it
A
just
scene partner,
yeah, they
yes.
just deserve better. Like it's. I'm sorry, a year and a half. Like we're now a year and a half in. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like he's like waiting for someone to feed him his lines.
Yeah.
It's like,
And
bro, what are we doing?
yeah, and the as a character, like he should just be more dynamic. And I like it's
Yeah,
just like there's something and listen, I looked up his and I don't want to bash the guy,
yeah, yeah,
but I did look up his IMDb and he had very, very limited credits before. He had like, a couple like a NCIS or a CS like one of those like he was like a not an extra but like one of those like
yeah. One of
one
those
episode
featured.
of one episode of he was probably like the guy they talked to figure out like where the criminal they're looking for was
Yeah,
the night before
yeah,
that kind of thing.
yeah,
So he came into it, and soaps are hard. Like Michael B. Jordan has even said like that's a hard job and it's a great training ground.
yeah.
But to give him some grace, it's like it's hard. It's
For sure, for
but
sure.
but again, it's like you're a year and a half in. I don't know if he's studying. I don't know if he's taking classes but like you said, like it's about choices. It's like it's about intention. And a lot of times, the way these shows work is they don't get a ton of rehearsal time. So
Mhm.
the actors have to like work with each other in their dressing rooms and
Yeah,
and when they go out to set, it's like, maybe one or two takes. It's like I don't know if he walks into a scene with an understanding of what Tomas's intention is outside of just what he's reading on the page.
Yeah, because Tomas the character has a lot of potential because he's chosen to be Bill's protege for a reason, right? Y'all tap the screen. Let's get to 20K. He's chosen to be Bill's, underscore for a reason, and to be Kat's man for a reason. And the way that he's written, it makes it seem like he's supposed to command a room, like he's supposed to be this force, which would be understandable, even how Kat is so drawn to him, to where it's like, okay, like this is a big man that's on the way to doing things. And we don't get that. We don't get that from him. And it's all because of it's the choices. It's the quiet moments that he chooses to swallow his words than to be there. He just I think he does need a confidence boost in his choices.
Yeah.
And
I think that again, they don't have a lot of time in their scenes, like when they're shooting, but a lot of times it's like the energy, like if you're in a scene with Colby or Amber, they're giving you so much as actresses. And those are the best partners to have, because then it allows you to feed off the energy they're giving you. And I think what is happening is that he's literally like, these are Tomas's lines. So when Kat finishes this sentence with this word, I have to say this next line.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what we're getting. And so, I just listen. Like I said, I don't want to. I'm trying to be very careful about not bashing him, but just doing an analysis of the performance I'm seeing, and trying to get, trying to figure out what exactly he's doing when he's on set.
Yeah, because I mean, even you can only compare him to his counterparts, right? And you have him speaking to Eva. Eva just got home from the hospital, and she's got more energy in this conversation than he does. Right. And he's the one that's supposed to be hurt and embarrassed and feeling some type of way. But it's not even conveyed. And even in the shift of the conversation where she gets offended to where it's like, oh, you thought you were going to come here and get your wounds licked. Like, you thought you were going to, you thought I was going to, just play into this. He didn't even give rah. I wanted something. Yeah, I was like, come on, she's giving you everything right now.
Yeah, because he could have, I don't remember his exact dialogue, but he could have had more passion in his response to her. Like, Eva, that's not how it, I think his line was something like, that's not what's going on. That's not how it is. He could have been like, Eva, that's not what's going on here. I needed a friend. I need, it's like, exactly. If you haven't noticed, I don't have a lot of friends.
Right, exactly. And no, it was just like, oh, well, you're my only friend, and I just wanted to talk to you, I just felt some type of way. And it was like, oh, come on, bro. Yeah. Come on. Put some bass in your voice.
Yeah, we gotta, I mean, and it's like, and the thing is that, there's a reason why Tomas is just sharing a scene with Vernon and Anita.
Yeah. You see how long it takes for him to get in the room with Bill. They be like, we can't even put you in the room with Bill too much because he'll just dominate you.
So I made a video earlier and I was like, maybe this, somebody said he's still filming. I'm hoping that that this is a long distance breakup.
Okay.
That Abuelita is, she's sick. He needs to stay there to help with his mother to help take care of her. Then some kind of opportunity, in my video, I was like, maybe he becomes an immigration attorney on the island to help people who are coming through the island who, because Puerto
Yeah.
Rico is part of the United States, and so he's helping immigrants coming into Puerto Rico to as an immigration attorney, and that's what he decides he wants to say. And Kat's like, well, that's great for you, but I'm not, like I'm.
Yeah, I'm not living in Puerto Rico.
And she's already having doubts about the relationship, so it makes it easy to make a clean break. And and it would all make sense, like because
Yeah.
I don't think they have the fortitude to kill off another character just yet.
Nah, I don't think so either. And I think it would even be more beneficial to see him suffer in a way, like
Yeah,
to see them break up and to see that, like you said, that villain origin story.
I
Because I
think they
feel
would.
like Tomas does have a lot of potential.
I think they'd have to recast at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, for all the stuff we're talking about, I just don't know that. Next month they're done with year 2. They finished filming year 2.
We hit year 2 next month. Oh
Yeah, because
my
remember
gosh.
they're 4 months in advance, so they're like right now.
Right.
Right now they're in November. Probably by the end of the month, somewhere towards December. So,
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't. Listen, I don't know. Like if he's still filming, then I just don't. I don't know that the performance that we saw today is going to be any different in November or December.
No, I don't think so either. And with his emotions, I don't think he can make it through another Dupree holiday season either.
Yeah.
He
So yeah.
he
So
might
and the
not
thing
make
is that like the other part of it is like, well, what did Kat give him? Like, 'cause that's the other thing. Like, does Kat have to be like on her tippy toes like when she buys him a gift? Like, what did she give him for Christmas? Like, what does she give him as for gifts? Does she have to like? Do they have to be
No,
homemade?
seriously. I just feel like they don't have any real conversations. Like you
Yeah.
don't know her favorite candy. You don't know like what her favorite designer is to where he could have, just bought her a nice robe and some slippers. I don't know. I feel like they just don't know each other at all.
No, no. I think like for Kat, and I struggle because I'm like she should have dumped that loser after the Eva thing.
Yeah.
Um, but we know there was a separate motivation there. She didn't want Eva to win, which was
Yeah.
smart on her part. But you at least we have an understand. At least we understood her motivation.
Yeah. And at the end
The
of the day, Kat can't grow in that relationship.
No,
Like they have to break up.
yeah, and the
Even
other
if
thing is
they
that
No, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. And he's also as bad as it was. He's the first person she slept with, and that holds a lot of power.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
there's a part of me that's like, Kat, why are you still with this guy? But you know, if you break down when you look at the human condition and and emotions and what drives people not wanting, now Eva's got a man, so you could strike that off your list, Kat. But
Hmm.
but I do think this. I think even she said it today when she was talking to Mona and what's Jan. Like giving herself to someone physically, she thought that was going to be the person she was going to be with. Like she wasn't looking at it like Chelsea. She doesn't look at sex like Chelsea necessarily looked at. Well, I don't know how she still looks at
Yeah.
it, but as just something fun and recreational. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. And
so
that's the tough part. I do like that we're going through this with Kat because that is a huge narrative, especially for a lot of like women in my generation. I know a lot of girls that fell in love, even got married to their first love, and
right.
now that we're in our 30s, it's divorce season.
Oh, listen.
Because you felt like you didn't have the time or the grace to actually explore and figure out who you are and all of that. So if Kat stays with Tomas, it's only gonna get worse. She
Let me tell you.
needs someone to, she needs a few other people.
It is not just your generation. I know some people who I won't put people's business in the street, but I know some people that, and I'm, if you're in your, I'm a good 20 years older than you, maybe. So yeah, it's like, but it carries a lot. That's what I mean. It's like, being physically intimate with somebody carries, especially for the first time. I mean, and sometimes not even sometimes it could be the fourth person you're with, but
Yeah.
it carries a lot of power. And because you're making yourself not only physically but emotionally vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I think that and I think we're really seeing that with Kat. And I just wish she would have I think that's part of the conversation that nobody's really kind of dialed into with her when she's having, like even with Chelsea, that, she might be she might be holding on to an attachment because Tomas was the first man she's been with.
Absolutely. And even I wanted her to, she needs to talk to Nicole more. One benefit about divorce, parental divorce, is how you're able to talk to your parent individually and be able to like really get to know them as a person outside of like the duet that you knew them as mother and father.
Right.
And this is the time for Kat to really dive into Nicole's life pre-Ted. Because remember, there was a moment when they were talking, when she was first going through the mess with Tomas, when they weren't clicking sexually. And Nicole told her about her high school sweetheart that she was in love with. And she was like, because she said something about, oh, my first love, da da da. And she was like, I didn't know that you and my dad, da da da. She was like, I'm not talking about your dad. And even in that moment of Kat being like, whoa, like you had other people, like you weren't just in love with my dad and that's where it started. No, like somebody needs to burst her bubble and explain to her, like, just because he's your first doesn't mean that he's your last.
Right. He's your forever. Right.
Yeah. Because that's not a thing. And she needs a Morris Chestnut moment, right? She needs to think like a man, where she's walking outside and some just grand goddess of a man just pulls out of the car.
I know, because I replied to a comment on my page today, and I was like, because I know, like last year, it was Nash, because Nash commented that Catherine Hawthorne has a nice ring to it, and I said, yeah, I was like, last year when we first met them, I was down for a Kat and Jacob scenario.
Yeah.
But after meeting the rest of that, I was like, first of all, like Jacob, I think she'd have a lot of the same issues with Jacob around money. And I think he would probably try to change her a little bit too. Like he would try to change her too. Like I think he would be cool with, like, I think the catlock part of it, he would find somewhat amusing and I think turned on by. But I do think that, like, he would try to, like, maybe shrink her a little bit in terms of how big she is in her personality.
Sure.
But also, that family is so toxic. Like, they're so angry. Like, all of them are so angry and just...
Yes.
Like, I want better for Kat. I want her to meet some wealthy man, like a man, who has no issues surrounding money, who might be a little dicey morally, like not like a criminal, but has some edge to him.
Yes. Oh, thanks for the 20K, guys. Yes, let's keep tapping. Appreciate it.
And appreciates her, like, insane, the level, like the insanity that comes with Kat.
Yes, someone that enjoys the crazy, right? Like The Kyle guy that was messing with Haley. Now, not
Right.
as sketchy, but
Right.
in that area, he has to come
Yeah.
from a family that understands. He don't even have to come from money. He could be self-made.
Right. Exactly.
He could
Yeah.
be he could definitely be self-made, but he got to understand elitist
Hmm.
scenarios. He got to understand being in these rooms with bigger names and bigger groups without being intimidated or feeling like he got to, be a part of it.
Right. And also,
You
like,
know?
rich, like, we don't need all the rich black women to be. This is gonna say, I know I'm gonna get hell for saying this, but it's okay for them to date other rich people instead of like.
and because seriously, when it comes to black women dynamics, and this is why I have a lot of problems with the TP universe, and I don't talk about TP because all the time, every time a black woman is seen as educated, paid, confident in herself, why does she have to be humbled with a man that cannot compare?
Right.
Why can she not find her counterpart? Like it doesn't make sense for it to be all of these successful black women and no successful black men. Like
Right.
that makes no sense. Even in the conversation, it made me so mad watching Danny and Nicole when they were talking in the lobby waiting for Anita, and they're scared for Kat because they don't want her to fall in love with an egotistical cheater like they did, and they're just like, oh, none compare to Daddy. Daddy is the best, and I'm just like, Vernon can't be the only good man
Right. Right.
in Fairmont Crest.
Right.
Like, it doesn't make any sense to me that there's no one else
Yeah, because there are no other black men. I mean, aside from like Carlton.
who's still janky.
Right. Well, absolutely. But I'm
He's
just
still
like,
janky.
I'm racking my head, and I'm like, because remember, Bill didn't come from money. Danny, I don't know. Like,
To the point where Danny sacrificed her career for his ego.
right.
She wouldn't have had to done that if he came from money.
Right. Jacob doesn't come from money. Jacob, Isaiah, Tomas.
Oh, and this is what I wanted to say about the Jacob and Kat thing. First of all, Kat wouldn't get past his life as a police officer. Naomi can barely sleep.
Right.
There's no way that Kat would deal with him being a police officer, one. And then two, they wouldn't connect morally. I think him and Naomi makes sense because she's so quick to downplay her money side.
Right.
Like, she wants to be part of the people. She wants to be, a philanthropist. Kat ain't gonna put up her Manolo Blancs for nobody.
Right. Exactly.
They're not gonna click on that. Do you think that her and Jacob would be looking for people like June in the streets,
No.
trying to sweep up the homeless people? Cat ain't. No, no, that would not. Yeah, that would not click. They might click sexually. And I think that's what the people saw.
Mm-hmm.
I think when they were having those intimate conversations, especially when they were dealing with the Leslie case,
Right.
we saw that intimate passion that we were craving between her and Tomas. So it was like, oh, it does exist. So it made us want to see that, but I just don't like it. I don't want Kat.
I think that the only way Jacob and Kat could be together at this point, especially given the way they write this universe, is Naomi would have to die. And it would have to be in year 5. Like, it would literally have to be like in year 5, Jacob and Kat could get together. I don't think that any real scenario.
we even got to up it a little more. They have to have a kid.
Right.
Like Naomi died during childbirth or something. And Kat is just like, I'm here. Like, I'm in auntie mode. Like, I'm in I'm here to help you with the kid. I'm here to help you, keep living, da 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 da. And then they end up falling for each other.
Right.
Like, that's the only way that I would accept Kat and Jacob. Because, my God, anything else would just be diabolical.
Yeah, it would just, and the thing is that like she can't have an affair with him because then she becomes what she judged her father, Bill, and Leslie for.
Exactly.
So we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And
That would be
like
horrible.
it would just like, and then it would be like everybody calling Kat all kinds of whore because
Woo!
so
Woo!
so let's not do that. So
Not
yeah, so
y'all
I think
already got the nickname. Somebody said even if J-Cat doesn't happen, Jacob needs to divorce Naomi. J-Cat? That's what y'all calling Jacob and Cat? Lord.
I think that that's kind and I know people are like, well, what about Luke? I just want her to find a rich man, like a wealthy, like if Luke comes back and he's like, oh yeah, I didn't tell y'all I quit the force and became a internet million, like what,
Yeah, right. He's been
you
a
know,
Forex trader for the last 10 years,
yeah, but even I just like darling between like I have never seen a family of such angry people.
I mean seriously, and it becomes disheartening after a while. Like it's too much. And somebody said they need new male black characters that's rich. Exactly.
They do because there's not even a. Am I missing? Like Tyrell is the youngest black male character on the show. There's nobody in the middle between of Tyrell and Martin.
No, you literally go from, I guess Andre would be the middle, and even that's weird. Even that's weird because I don't know if Andre's older than Martin or younger. I feel like they're around the same age.
Yeah, I think they're probably maybe a couple of years apart here or there, but
yeah. So and you're right. Like there's no. I mean Donnell, but he's barely there.
Yeah,
he's barely there. He doesn't have much of a storyline. I know, I agree, and we missed the opportunity with the cotillion. We focused so much on Samantha and Francesca that we didn't meet any of the guys. I was so mad that they brought back the little drunken boy. Right. We could have done without him. That we didn't meet any of the boys that were the escorts or any of their fathers or any of their brothers or uncles. Like
yeah,
that was the time to meet people.
And I'm super curious. Like, I'm fascinated by how this show is written and produced because, like, they've had two major events this year: the cotillion and they've had three: the plasma, thing.
Yeah.
The cotillion and the tornado, and none of those things have had any long-term ramifications.
No.
So they're good. So they're really good at because if you think back to February of 2025, they're really good at writing events like Bill and Haley's wedding, the anniversary party, Chelsea's modeling, fashion, her final fashion show, the Articulettes concert, Chelsea's kidnapping, and then we get to like this year the cotillion. I'm not going to say the blood plasma thing was good, but the warehouse stuff was good. And then the tornado. But the problem is they're good at writing these standalone events, but there's no long-term story after that come out of it.
Yeah.
And it's actually super fascinating to me because as somebody who's watched soaps for 45 years, I actually longer than that because I started really young. Like that's what I'm used to. Like I'm used to and I know that you can't tell stories over the course of 2 years anymore. Like, but generally, like even a story that it goes like a few months spins off other stories.
Yeah.
And that's where my confusion sets in here, is because none of these stories that I've mentioned have spun off any additional stories.
No, they've all hit a dead end somehow.
And it's, like, I understand, like sometimes stories are close ended, like sometimes, there's a beginning, middle, and end, and then you move on to the next thing. But like in a daytime drama where you're talking about 5 days, and that's the thing that's fascinating to me, because it's unlike like a primetime show where it's like, okay, we're doing 12, 13, 18, 22 episodes. So we have to have an efficiency in how we tell the story. But you're filling, like 5 days a week, so you could pace the story. Like you could pace the story out that it goes for 3-4 months and then it spins off different stories for different characters after the climax.
Yeah.
And they don't do that over here, and it's super fascinating to me, because it's like you start, because this was a conversation last year at how quickly they were burning through story.
Yeah.
And how quick, like it was like, because I still stand by June should have been a year 2 story, but whatever. So
That's true. We did find her very early.
So like, and they burnt, like, and they present it, and then it, it's kind of wrapped up, and you move on, and it's like what are y'all doing? Like, what's the plan for year 4?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are they going to drag out, Kat and Madison's wedding until then?
And then that's the other thing. It's like, and then you get a story like Kill Bill, as I call it.
Yeah.
That's almost a year old, because I think we found out in September about Haley's.
Yeah, she's been Val since last year. Like,
Yeah, so I'm like, so the pacing, because for a while that was their most like entertaining story, like to the idea, like, because for me I'm thinking like, oh my god, like she's gonna like try to kill this guy, and there's like all this stuff, and Danny's gonna be involved somehow, and all this stuff is going on, and the pacing for it has just been shockingly
stagnant.
Yeah, and it's like
so stagnant.
And they introduced Lynette, which was a fun thing. It was a good complication for Haley. It derailed her for a bit. And then, like Lynette's not around.
And that was they stole Lynette from us.
They did steal Lynette from us.
There was so much potential with Lynette. Like, she was going to uncover so much. She was going to put so much on the table. And then it was just like, oop, she's gone.
And so it's just like, I think, Lammy and Amber did a live last week.
Yeah.
And he alluded to something going on with Haley coming up. So, we'll see.
We'll see I did happens. See he said that. I did see he said that.
But I'm just kind of like, you start to lose momentum in the story, and then the viewers are like, well, then they got to remember what happened. Like, they got to remember, like, where did we last leave off? When was the last time she poisoned Bill? I think it was in his office.
Yeah, it was when she was wearing that. I think it was when she
that trench coat,
the trench coat moment. The trench coat moment.
But like, when was that? I don't even remember what. Like, was that last week? It wasn't last week.
And then we skipped a week. Remember, we had that break, so it was definitely before then.
And have we seen Bill and Haley this week?
No,
so far.
No, we haven't. I haven't typed them at all. I'm looking through my notes now. No, they. Mm-mm.
So that's what I mean. It's like, maybe they'll be on tomorrow and Friday, but it's like,
and that's how they've been playing it. It's like we don't see Bill and Haley until Thursday and Friday. It's been like that for like a month now.
And the crazy thing is that should actually be the A story right now.
Yeah, right. Even above the Leslie and Monica mess, above the all the Leslie mess, honestly.
Oh,
Like it should be in the forefront.
can I say how much that pissed me off today?
Oh, Leslie and Monica?
That it was just a test.
And why did she have to tell her right then?
It's like, is this a can't we all just get along show? Like,
I mean,
what?
seriously, because Monica has every right to have all of the smoke with Leslie. Leslie
Right.
has been nothing but nasty to her and to Shanice. And honestly, her breaking ties with the clinic makes sense as the head of Garland
Right.
with everything that just happened. So even for her to just pull that back, like, oh, it was just why was that a test?
Right. And the other
That
thing
really
is,
should be a conversation.
and then Grayson said the lab is closed. And I was like, well, who was doing all that testing that they were yelling at Kat about for Eva to get tested for Eva? Like, what the heck?
No, seriously, because somebody did something.
So I'm like, where? Like, it's like from day to day. That's the other thing. It's like from day to day, they're rewriting history of things we saw 10 months ago. Like, and I get like soaps. Like General Hospital's been on for 60 something years. There's going to be some stuff that they're like, yeah, we don't want to. Yeah, we're gonna readjust that part of the history because we want to move these characters into this story. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how much you know about General Hospital, but back in the day, Luke and Laura, the big super couple, he raped her. That's how they got together. And the show positioned it as a seduction. And then years later, they came back and were like, nope, this is what it was. And then they had fallout, like, because then their children had to find out about it, and what he did, so they it was like, so that was an instance where it's like, oh yeah, like we're gonna go back and change, like we're
Rewrite history.
We're gonna change what we said happened because like we have to adjust to the times. And then the other so there's this rumor going around that this actor named Colin Egglesfield, who used to be on All My Children, he played one of the big stories on All My Children was that Erica Kane was the first character in daytime to have a legal abortion. She wasn't the first character to have an abortion, but she was the first. It was like right after Roe v. Wade got
overturned
or got decided that it was that women had a right to.
Oh, when it went through. Gotcha.
Yeah, so like so I think that happened in 71 or 72, like
73. Thanks, time.
73. Yeah, thank you. So All My Children debuted in 70. So yeah, so after Roe v. Wade, so she terminated her pregnancy, and years later, and I don't know why ABC approved this story, but the writer decided, I think it was Megan McTavish, but don't quote me on that. She decided to write that some kooky doctor, the doctor who performed the procedure, actually took the embryo from Erica's body and implanted it into his wife's body. And 30 years later, the child shows up and is like, I'm the baby that you tried to abort. It was one of the worst things that show has ever done. So this guy, Colin Egglesfield, played Josh, and the character never worked. He ended up getting shot in the head so that Erica's daughter Kendall could get his heart. So
yo.
the guy who plays Ridge on Bold and the Beautiful, played Erica's son-in-law, and he shot the guy in the head, and was like, I need his heart for my wife. So
That's wild.
anyway,
That is wild.
there's a rumor going around that this guy has joined Beyond the Gates.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, so we're getting another white casting announcement on this show. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's the rumor. The rumor is that a bunch of people from Beyond the Gates are following him on Instagram, and he's following a bunch of people on Beyond the Gates, and he teased his next upcoming project that he can't talk about, but he would love to return to daytime. So stay tuned for that. But but my point is, like, I get shows like retconning stories sometimes, but you can't tell us Kat and Tomas were on a break when we watched the show just 10 months ago and they weren't on a break.
Yeah.
You can't. What was the other thing the other thing they did? There was something else that they just kind of rewrote. Like, I mean, even the whole Haley thing, but
yeah.
You can't. It's like it's not like this happened 30 years ago.
No. And see this, oh my gosh, you really like hit it on the head when you're like, oh my gosh, we're they're introducing another white character. And it's tough. Okay, I appreciate them acclimating Beyond the Gates into the world, right? Like us getting like these crossovers. It's like, okay, cool. Like, I'm glad that we're getting our flowers from the other shows. But when you're introducing these characters and we've based Beyond the Gates on being an all black soap opera.
Right. And even when the show premiered, John, I can't remember if it was on Entertainment Tonight or Access Hollywood, but John Lindstrom, who plays Joey, got interviewed, and he said he was like, I'm so excited to do this. He was like, I'm the diversity hire.
See, this is why I love him.
And he was like, he was like, I'm the diversity hire. And he was, and I like Joey in year one. I think they've watered him down too much recently.
Yeah.
But like, that's how this show should be functioning. Joey could be a villain, but like, he should be in support of the Duprees and a supporting character. Ashley should be a supporting character to Naomi. Who's the other one? Vanessa should be a supporting character to Nicole. Yeah. But also, I need these women to get some black girlfriends.
I mean, seriously. Naomi's only black friend deceived her dad.
Right.
Like, for real? How is this possible? Like, we definitely need, I mean, even, Danny's best friend is Pam. She's never there.
And like, and I can totally buy that within that world of Fairmont Crest, that they would definitely have a white friend. They would definitely have some white friends. I totally get. But also, like, a bunch of these people went to Banneker, which is an HBCU.
Can we talk about it? Because Banneker is supposed to be Howard, and Howard is Chocolate City.
And so it's like, so y'all just left the HBCU and
no, seriously,
and have no relationships with any of the people. Like, Danny didn't go to college, so that's one thing. But I think Nicole went to Banneker. I think Ted.
Ted went to.
I think they all went to. Like, Bill went to Banneker.
I know Bill went to Banneker.
Maybe Nicole didn't, but Doug.
I don't think Nicole did. I know Bill did, because I was just about to say, I only know Banneker men outside of Deanna.
And I think Ted went to Banneker as well.
Ted went to Banneker. He did.
Because him and Doug were college friends, and Carlton went to Banneker.
And Carlton went to Banneker. Yes. Yes. So there's a lot of Banneker men, which is why at one point I felt like they were trying to make Banneker Morehouse. But Deanna went to Banneker as well. So, or is at Banneker right now. So it has to be co-ed.
Oh yeah, Martin went to Banneker too.
Martin went to Banneker too. Yes,
and
he
I
did.
bet you
Vernon
Smitty
went.
probably went.
Yes.
I bet you Smitty probably went to Banneker too.
He probably did because didn't he say they met in college?
Yeah.
They met in college, so he had to go to
yeah.
Banneker.
Yeah.
And that gives Smitty. Smitty would go to an HBCU.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, oh, I'm just sick of being around my people. Let me go. Let me go be amongst the cultured.
Mr. Marissa Tomei.
Okay.
You get that reference?
To Melissa Tomei?
Yeah, she was in the first season of A Different World.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly. She was Denise's best friend.
Yeah,
and I was so mad that they took her out.
I know.
She was like it. Her and that
she wasn't
big
mad.
red
She
hair.
got herself an Oscar.
She did.
She
did. Okay.
She was like, Debbie Allen fired me, and I got an Oscar.
Rest in peace to Aunt May.
Right.
She's the newest Aunt May. Yeah.
And she went on to get a couple of more Oscar nominations too. So, you know,
love that for her. She's a great actor.
No, she is. She really is.
But she had to go through that Debbie Allen to be that great actor for sure. That was a crash course for all of those actors.
Yeah, but like I wonder if old girl went to Banneker.
Who?
Anastasia.
Oh, no, she don't give me HBCU.
Only reason I wonder is because then that would also kind of explain like her having a crush on Vernon and being devastated when he brings Anita to Fairmont Crest.
Oh, facts. I see that as a slow burn. I think she's been crushing on Vernon since elementary school.
Yeah, like totally,
you know, like they both grew up in Fairmont Crest, and Vernon is obviously like the golden boy. I just think she's been watching him forever, and she was like, "Oh, once we, it's bound to happen. We're both royalty. We're supposed to be together."
She probably thought it was a fait complete. Like she was like, like the Bella. What do they call it? The Bella Claire.
Right. Somebody said, wait, PC Poetic said Anastasia went to Hampton. That's hilarious. That's so funny. I went to Spelman and we...
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. And we clown Hampton.
My niece got in there and she ended up she's going somewhere else, but yeah.
Understandable. It could be a little expensive. And a lot of the girls are stuck on the fact that it's an all-girl school. That's one of the biggest things.
I think for her it was like a major thing. I think it was like a curriculum. Like
that is also a thing because we don't have like nursing or an administrative. Like if they want to do business, you kind of gotta create your own type situation. Because I got my degree in theater and television production, but that's because I created my own television production part of it. I took some classes at Clark, took some classes at Morehouse, things like that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because in the AUC,
oh, that's cool.
The AUC, the Atlanta University Center, is Spelman, Morehouse, Clark, and ITC. So you can take classes from any of those institutions.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize you could create your own. Like back in we didn't get to do that. Create your own major.
It's kind of like a la carte, like you gotta and of course you gotta work with administration. I had to go back and forth like, hey, is this class approved? Can I do this? Can I do this?
Oh, okay. That's really cool. I would have I have a degree in communications, but I would have loved to have create my own adventure.
Yes, it was a lot of fun. I mean, when I look back, there's moments when it's like, dang, I wish I would have had a little more guidance, for like what I wanted. But for me, I wanted to go to Spelman, so it was like I'll make it work.
No, I did TV production too, but but it was under the umbrella of communication studies.
Yeah. And that's
So
how most of those, because TV production, you really can't go anywhere and get a TV production
right,
degree.
right.
It's definitely usually under communications. And Spelman did not have communications. They
Oh,
had
okay.
theater. We had theater. So which I still loved. Straight play is my first love. So I was like,
And
okay, great.
so so my school at the time did not have they had, we did plays, but there was not a theater program until a couple of years after I graduated. And I am like, and now there's like now they have a robust theater program, and it devastates me because I would have I went to a performing arts high school, so I would have loved to have done a
That
double
accent.
major or even as as a minor.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, these kids get everything these days. Spelman just opened up a whole new theater building. They have like a red room for photography. They have a film studio where they can edit. They have a movie room where they can like, showcase their short films. They're so spoiled now.
Yeah.
We had to
It's
find a
so
projector.
I went to a small school, and it's so funny because they've added so many different majors now. And because it wasn't a major when I was there or a minor, but I had taken so many classes that I could have probably had a minor in women's studies too, because I was taking like women in literature classes and women in public policy. I don't know what it was, but there
Hmm.
was something about like the looking at things through the scope of the female lens that like just fascinated me. So
Yes.
I was just taking all these classes like whenever they were offered. And because there was like there was some one class like that was like a business class, but it was like women centered. And but I was like, and then, once and when I look at the school now and I'm like, why weren't there all these different things when I was there?
When I
But
was there.
I was in school in the early '90s, so I mean, it was a different
Yeah.
world.
You guys were the blueprint, like
Yeah,
it's good that we've learned and we've grown, but you look back and it's like, dang, I wish I had
yeah.
that access. Oh wait, somebody said 3D printing, podcasting, etc. is pretty. They got 3D printing at that Spelman building. Yo, I haven't even been in there. Every time I was just there last year for my 10-year reunion, and we couldn't even get in the building. It
So,
was so
oh
many
wow.
people.
So you want to hear something real funny quickly?
Yeah.
Is so when I was in school under my program, we had to learn like photography and like editing. So we had to learn photography, and so we had to learn how to develop film.
Mm.
Like, it's like, the kids don't even know film
They don't get
now.
right.
And
You
so
had
we
to take
literally
it
had
out
to,
of the camera.
yeah, we literally had to go into a dark room and there's like this whole process of like, of taking the thing out of the camera, and it has to be in like this black bag, and then, like putting it, develop, it's a whole thing.
It's a whole
And,
thing. It had to be in
and
a bag, y'all, because if air hit it, you could lose the
yeah.
visuals.
And then we had, so we had like for radio, you had to learn how to edit audio. So we had to but it was literally like like it wasn't film, but it looked like, it was like tape, like you're literally like, like cassette tape, like it
Yeah.
was called reel to reel. And it was these big reels of tape. And you had to like use what was called a white pencil to mark where you're going to edit, and then take a razor blade and cut the tape and then tape it back together.
Yeah.
And there was a
Yeah.
technique to it so that the edit sounded smooth, and
Yeah.
then, and also editing, like videotape was a whole thing. And when I went back, like this was years ago, but when I went back for like a homecoming, the professors were so excited because a bunch of my professors were still there. They were so excited to show me all the digital stuff. Like,
Yeah.
now they're like the kids were they were editing digitally and they weren't learning the white pencil, razor blade, tape. Like they were,
Yeah, it's all digital now. And I
yeah.
remember that too. I remember being in the producers labs for radio sets at Clark, and they were going back and forth. So it was like they were trying to get fully digital, but they still had like ads and
Hmm.
inputs that were
Hmm.
on hard, so we would have to like play between machines. They don't even have to do that now. It's
Yeah.
all just completely click click
Yeah.
click click click
It's,
click.
and it's like, and it's fun because I was like, to think, because I always think about, my great grandmother lived through the Great Depression, and
Wow.
she passed away in the mid 90s.
Mm.
And I always like it. I was always fascinated because I was like, think about somebody who grew up in the Depression, and then like the television, the
I
you
can even
know,
imagine.
and then like a color TV, a
Yeah.
VCR, a microwave, and
Yes.
so, and I think, and I'm like, so then I go, well, okay, I grew up with like a black and white TV, a color TV, a VCR, the DVR, the cloud, the cell phone, the flip phone, the iPhone, but I still don't think um, tech, our evolution in technology beats like somebody who grew up in the back, like the Depression to like the nine, just like, because
Yeah.
you're talking about like having like nothing, and then watching like literally technology be born.
No, seriously. And it's so interesting because I even say that like when I was born in 92. I remember the evolution of my first 15 years was like mind blowing, right? Like I remember an 8 track. I remember the
Hmm.
putting the record on. Going
Hmm.
from that to a cassette tape. I remember taking cassette tapes to school because I was in chorus since I could breathe. I remember taking cassette tapes and dealing with cassette tapes from that to the CD, to burning CDs, to dealing with having books of CDs for music, to
Hmm.
Blu-ray, going
Right.
from there to Blu-ray, to then MP3, to then now streaming. Like that evolution of music, I think shows like even how technology has become so rapid. We
Right.
went from hard copy, from a cassette tape to streaming in 20 years.
I know.
That's like crazy. Like we're
I
so in fast forward.
I had a great uncle who, he's not with us anymore, and his daughter is a singer. She's still alive. She was a singer. She's like, she had a hit. Like
Yeah.
she's made records and everything. And so I remember visiting him once, and I was so excited to play her song, to show him that I could play her song on my phone,
Oh,
because he was like, because he liked gadgets, but he wasn't like, he was, by that point he was like in his 80s, so he was like not,
he was over it.
he wasn't doing all the things.
Yeah.
And so I was like, hey, I have a surprise for you. And I play he was like, wait a minute, where's that coming from? And I was like,
Oh,
it's my phone. I was like, you could play music on it, and you can play, as like, we could play Carol's songs. And he was just like, oh my, it was just,
he was so fascinating. I
yeah.
love
And it was like,
that.
because again, like, I mean, he didn't grow up in the Great Depression, but like the 30s, 40s, 40s. He was probably born in the, uh, I would have to go look at the thing, but he was probably
Yeah.
born. And so again, that evolution of technology is just like so fascinating to me for the older generation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so crazy. Putting stuff on my grandfather's phone. He has an iPhone, which he completely hates. My grandfather's 95, so he was
Oh
born
my
in
goodness. Oh,
yeah, he was
okay.
born in the
Wow.
30s. Yeah. Yeah. And just seeing him like constantly fight technology, like even to this day, we FaceTime him as a prank because he hates it. He'll answer the phone and be like, "What am I looking at? What is
Right,
this?" You
right,
know? But it's so cool to watch them like, experience it because it's just like that's insane. Who thought?
right.
Who would have thought that we would
Yeah,
get
I
there?
mean, yeah, because I mean, think like I don't know are if you've ever watched Star Trek, but
I've
they,
watched a few.
I mean, but they basically had flip phones back then.
Yes.
The original Star Trek series, they were, in the 60s. I mean, it was like a prelude to what was to come. And, we used to,
Yeah.
like we used to watch the Jetsons, and the Jetsons then took place like around now, like I think it was 2020.
Yeah. It was
And
2020.
and so we were all thinking we were going to be flying around cars in the air, and thank God that never came to fruition the way these
Oh
people.
my gosh, we still haven't
But
mastered on the ground.
yeah, we really have not. Um, but it is just like this whole like I don't know how we got on this, but like
Right.
but yeah, it's just like
I love it though.
I'm always fascinated by I'm always because I always kind of think about like what we're in, what, 2026, so like in knock on wood, like in 20 years, what I'll see that I'll be like, oh my God, like I could have never imagined this thing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
like a piece of technology that's not, because like I'm sure to my great grandmother, like a microwave was nothing that ever even
Yeah.
came to
Never even.
like she had the same like olive green stove and refrigerator, like
Right. No,
you
that's
know
real. I feel like my closest thing to that right now are the self-driving cars.
mm,
Whenever I see like the self-driving cars on the street, I'm like, this
I
is
don't rock
not
with those.
good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't stand them. Like, oh, this is not good. And it's so funny. Yeah, people say we do have robot maids now. Yeah, that's how they're going to show technology and Beyond the Gates. Rowena is going to be a robot.
Uh, justice for nobody even worried about what happened to Rowena in the tornado.
Oh my God. Was she home? Is her family okay?
Right. We're like, where is Rowena?
Where is Rowena? Oh my God, I hope she's okay. I didn't think about
Ro-
that.
it's like, well, I mean, also, the country club is up and running. The whole tree fell through the place, and
And they right back in the gym.
and
They
they
right
right
back in
back in the
there
gym, just
doing what they want to do. Just
having
having a
a
time.
having a good time. Titus is good, right? Titus is good.
Titus is good. Titus'
Titus was
job is
on
good.
Titus hitched a ride with Victor Newman back to Genoa City.
Okay. Okay. He was like, I'm gonna just stay in the helicopter until everything's done.
They're like, I really wish they would introduce Rowena.
Me too. She could really be like our Gibson, our Mara Gibson, like you never know. And it could be a face that we don't know.
Yeah,
I would, I don't want it to be a name that we know. I just want it to be
yeah,
a very established actor,
yeah.
someone
It
who
would
can
be fun.
hold.
Yeah, and it would be fun. Actually, what would be cool is because I think we all have this idea of like Rowena being this old woman.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
would love it like if Rowena was like 30 something,
Ah! That would be a gag.
and
That
she's
would be a
just,
gag.
and
If
she's,
she was just like a young tenderoni, like
yeah. But like like just have some fun with it. Like just have some, because there have been other shows that have played the relationship between the housekeeper and not, I don't want to say owner, make it sound like a slave, but like the homeowner. But
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
there have been shows. Erica Kane had I forget what that woman's name was. Um, oh God, now it's gonna like eat at me. But Coral. Erica had Coral.
Mm.
Iris on Another World had her woman. I forget her name. But there's on Days of Our Lives, there's Henderson and I forget the other. There's two butlers in two different mansions, but like they've played these dynamics before. And on General Hospital, like the cooks and the Quartermains have had staff that they've had dynamics with. So yeah,
Yeah.
and I think on One Life they did too. I think there was like a butler on One Life. So yeah, I wish they would, and on All My Children, yeah, Myra and Sloane were the maid and the butler chauffeur for Palmer Cortland. So yeah, some good
Yeah,
stuff.
we need it. We need it. And I really enjoyed Golden Age. I'm ready for the Gilded Age. Golden Age. The Gilded Age, the show.
Hmm.
I'm ready for that next season to come out. But I would love to see more of the workers on that side. I
Oh
feel like
yeah,
they try to give us that banter between Mona and Jan, but they're still too laxed for me.
you
Like they
know,
still give civilian and not worker.
today, and I said this in my video today, is that like I like those two characters. Like I'm fine with them. Like Jan can get on my nerves sometimes, but overall, like I prefer her to act. Like I would take her over Ashley.
Yeah, agreed.
But for me, I don't understand why they feel the need to give us Mona and Jan's standalone scenes instead of having Jan and Mona supporting Nicole and Vanessa. Like having them in scenes where
Yeah.
they're supporting whatever. Like I mean, I know they don't write story for Nicole, so that's a whole other thing. But
Fact.
like Mona should feel like, and I because they've gone this whole religious route with Mona.
Which I still don't understand why. Okay, yeah, let's talk about Mona for a
But
second.
Mona, like I believe that Mona would feel a certain way about what Nicole's got going on with Kyle and Carlton.
Absolutely. Absolute. And that's the thing. That's the thing. If we're really going to play into her being this church lady, then yeah, she would definitely have an issue with Nicole playing with both
and
people.
and so we should be seeing like her at the house when Carlton shows up or when Kyle shows up, and her having a facial obviously she's not going to like call Nicole a slut to her face,
Right. But
but
she could give
she's
her that strong side eye that she
yeah,
gave Leslie today.
but that's what she should be doing. Like that's what she should be doing, and Jan should be doing the same thing. Instead of talking to Mona about Joey, Jan should be having a reaction when Joey is at. I know Vanessa doesn't have a set, but
Right. She ain't got a house yet. But
but
yeah, I agree.
yeah, but that's how we should be seeing them mostly. Versus, or if we see them, we should be getting again like they were in the beginning when Beyond the Gate started. They should be our Greek chorus where they're like, "Can you believe the crazy shit these rich people are doing?"
Right, because we did when Leslie was part of
Right,
the friend group, they were like the voice of the people outside of the gates.
right.
Oh, what's
Yeah.
happening to the rich people behind the gates
Can
now?
you believe Danny pulled the gun at the wedding? Can you believe that
Right.
I heard,
Yeah.
well, from what I heard, Bill was, Haley's not the first one that Bill was with, like, and
Right.
that is also that's also a device they could have used to fill the audience in on information that we didn't need to also get from through dialogue from like Danny or Anita or Nicole. Like they could have been like the source of information of like, I've been working for the Duprees I've been working for Nicole for 20 years.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Kat's always, if they really wanted to sell us on Kat's a brat, they could have done it through Mona.
Agreed. Agreed. Even to play into the dynamics of Nicole and Kat's relationship,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because they never want us to see Nicole and Kat really have like a real conversation. I was saying this earlier how um Nicole should have been the one to talk to Kat when it came to the engagement. But I was thinking that as well when it came to Mona with the whole kidney situation, with the liver situation with Kat. Kat didn't even talk to Mona. And I remember Kat and Mona had a conversation season 1 when they talked about how monumental Mona was in her growing up.
Oh, that's
Like
right.
they had a whole conversation about, oh, like I'm so glad that you've been here. I know that you don't have any kids, but you've been here for me. She's had that conversation with Kat and Laura, and yet when Kat was having that liver situation, she wasn't around.
Yeah.
And it was just like, what dynamics does she play in the family?
And
You
that could have
know?
been an interesting conversation from a spiritual standpoint with Kat.
Yes. Yes, very much so, right? Since she's the one that, is the closest to God.
Yeah. And it would have been an interesting thing because Mona feels a certain way about Leslie and Eva. So she might have this understanding for Kat. Like she could like, you know what? I get it. Like I get your frustrations with them. But she could have also, talk to Kat from a, kind of, in replacement of Kat going to a pastor and seeking.
Yeah. Yeah. Because even in that moment, or even just having a mom figure to talk to without any judgment. And
Right,
I just
right,
I
right,
just talked myself into a corner, right? Because she would have somewhat judgment when it comes to her religion. But the biggest thing that Kat was saying why she didn't talk to Nicole initially is because she immediately thought that Nicole would have told her, "Oh, well, you need to do the right thing
right,
and just do it." So it's like, okay, you should have talked to Mona in that moment.
right.
Yeah, that would have been good. Because they use other conversations to just gloss over stuff. Like how Naomi was like, oh, hey, Martin and Smitty, did y'all enjoy the Bahamas? Y'all went?
Oh, they not only did they go to Bahamas, Tyrell graduated from high school.
I will graduated. They just left us out. They straight up left us out of
Like
everything.
I mean, I was like, I said a lot happened in that week off.
Okay, a lot. I said, dang. Kat and Eva went from barely walking to being discharged from the hospital.
Yeah,
Tyrell done graduated and went to he's now on another beach with his girlfriend. Anita, we went from her being approved to the surgery to having the surgery.
right.
I said, wait, that's today? Was she
And can we rewind to Eva and Kat getting discharged? Because I feel like stuff happened. Like we're supposed to infer that stuff happened between the time that in that week off that Kat and Eva had like more conversations with each other or something, because when they saw Tomas wheeling Kat to the elevator and Isaiah did the distraction with the balloon so that Leslie
that was
wouldn't see
cute.
Kat, and
Yeah.
then they all gave each other knowing looks, and then Kat and Eva gave each other the nods.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
kind of like, okay, well, where'd all that come from? Like
No, seriously.
it was
No,
like-
seriously. Even the way that Eva talked to Tomas and was saying like, "Oh yeah, Kat and I have a deeper understanding of each other now." Were y'all talking in the hospital?
Yeah.
Like, did y'all have conversations that we didn't see?
right.
Because why are y'all so at peace now? Like, when
Yeah,
did that
it's like,
happen?
because even when Kat was like, I don't want to talk about Eva yesterday, when Tomas confessed that he went to talk to Eva,
Yeah,
and he was, and he
like a
said
dummy.
Eva's told me I shouldn't have went to her without talking to you, telling you first, and
Yeah.
she was like, "Well, on that we can agree."
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
feels like, but I was like, I feel like I'm like, okay, so over that course of the week that we missed, like, they went on vacation, they went to the Bahamas. Joey and Vanessa went to Napa. Tyrell graduated from high school, but also did Kat and Eva, like, were they sharing? Were they having pudding cups together? Were they like?
I mean, seriously, we did. I knew I was forgetting something else. We missed the Joey and Vanessa trip, which I didn't want to see either. But dang, like everybody had an eventful week.
No time. We did need that week to like. I definitely needed that week.
I needed it.
So,
I needed it. Y'all
but
see, I've been quiet. I mean,
but
usually I do weekly reviews,
yeah.
so I haven't been able to, I'm gonna film my week after this. But I needed that break.
But I
I
definitely
did.
feel like, yeah, Kat called Eva. Eva called Kat bougie. Yeah, I didn't like that yesterday either.
Yeah, everybody was talking about Cat mouth. Cat ain't said nothing about Eva
She
since.
has not.
Cat has said anything about Eva, but the moment Eva gets the opportunity, she called Cat bougie. These are the things that we've been saying. Y'all think that Eva is so doggone innocent, and she's not.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I do feel like we're filling in some blanks with Kat and Eva over the, between the time they were doing the Walker Wars
Yeah.
to um
And now I'm glad that you brought up the balloon situation, right? Because we've been talking a lot about how Tomas and Eva slept together. Do you think that Isaiah has a soft spot for Kat?
I think he does. I think like, I still want to kick him in the throat for the way he talked to her in the
Same.
stairwell.
Same.
But I do think, prior to that, and I do think that, like, I don't know, like, there's something. I do think that he, yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know if it's a soft spot or like, but I think, like,
Time said I thought they grew up together and know each other well. No. I think they
just know each other through Jacob and
right.
Naomi.
They just know each other because of Jacob. To the point where nobody really knew that was him from the wedding.
Yeah, but I think that, like, okay, this is where I'm gonna, like, do the whole, like, character study type thing.
Yes.
So my interpretation is that Isaiah, because he's been the black sheep of his family, sometimes you recognize that in other people. And I think he might recognize that in Kat. How Kat is somewhat of an somewhat of an outsider within her, within the Dupree Richardson family.
Yeah.
And so I think that, and I think that, like, aside from her relationship with Eva and what he knows, and because he only knows one side of that relationship with Eva, aside from that, so he judges Kat for that. But I think aside from that, he's like, Kat's a pretty cool girl.
Yeah.
I rock, like, we could sit, like, remember how they were kikiing and having a good time at Uptown that set Eva off? So I do think that, like, Isaiah sees that Kat's not, like, a horrible person.
Yeah, I think that he prides himself in being neutral.
And I think he sees a vulnerability in her, but he also has to keep a distance because he knows it bothers Eva. Or at least it did. Yeah.
Oh, it still does. It still does. Remember when she had just woken up in the hospital and he said something about her and she was like, "All right, now, don't be giving her too much praise."
Because I bet you if Isaiah showed up at Kat's place with a gift bag, Eva would
blow a gasket
unannounced. Like not going. Oh, I'm gonna take if he. I'm gonna take her some macaroni and cheese. And like,
Okay, okay. With the truffle butter, with the truffle cheese. I'm gonna take her just one of them, because I just wanted to make sure she okay. Eva would be, Eva would be livid.
now, time. He talking about. Actually, I don't know your gender, but her liver would get jealous and reject her.
Okay, just out of spite, just out of spite. I mean,
But
literally.
I do. Yeah, I think that like if not for Eva, Isaiah would probably make a move on Kat. Like if Eva didn't exist in a world where Eva wasn't there.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's the thing. That's where we were robbed in this whole Cat Isaiah situation. Because Isaiah was supposed to be a bad boy. I know
That's
that
what
he's.
I was like.
I know.
Where's the edge?
I I know that he's reformed and everything, but even the way that not Jacob, Joey gravitates to him, it's
Hmm.
like even Joey doesn't believe this new persona of his. Like it's almost like Joey is waiting for him to, go back to whatever ways he was.
Right.
So it's like I wish, and I feel like he's doing a lot of this because he's with Eva now. If we would have seen him fully single, because remember, he went from his ex girl straight to Eva.
Hmm. Right.
He didn't even have like a weird period in between. And I would have loved for him to play that role of, oh, I'm single. You think you with Tomas, but let's hang out and see what's going on. That would have been a
I
spicy
need
storyline.
I need some single, ready to mingle people. Like
Yes.
everybody can't just be paired off and
Yes. I mean,
blissfully happy.
literally. We only got action when Chelsea was single. Now that Chelsea is engaged, we don't get no one dates.
And to me, like I liked Vanessa most when she was that girl
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
and actually I will say I found every time Haley came on to Isaiah very amusing and very entertaining. Um but like Vanessa like in the olden days Isaiah would have already slept with both Vanessa and Haley.
Yes. I need some messiness. I need some messiness. Like I'm so with you on that for sure. Isaiah would have definitely slept with both of them by now.
Yeah,
Cause
he would.
what he's like completely in love and it's boring.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, he would have. He would have, and he'd be looking at Cat, and he'd be looking at Cat with dollar signs in his eyes.
Yeah, yeah. Like, oh yeah, I'm about to lock in that Dupree. You locked in that Dupree, that Hamilton, bro. I'm gonna lock in the Richardson. And we
Yep.
could both have that Dupree money.
Yeah, he would have approached Cat with an agenda.
For sure. For
That the
sure.
version of Isaiah that I envision would have, and especially the version of Isaiah. And I know he's reformed, but like even although they've been married 5 years, so that happened 5 years. So we're supposed to believe
Wait, who's been married 5 years?
Naomi and Jacob.
Seriously? Oh yeah,
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 she
yeah, yeah,
said it
yeah.
today
She said
because he
today
gave
for
her.
the fifth
Yeah.
anniversary, he gave her a wood necklace, and wood is for 5.
So yeah, so that happened. So that wedding happened 5 years ago, where Isaiah and Elon got into that little tiff,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
then he moved, and so then he moved away. He changed his life pretty damn quickly because
Pretty
I mean
quickly, because how old was he? I mean,
because he's been in Fairmont Crest almost a year.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
when did he show up? He showed up in like the fall, right? In October.
Yeah, like around, yeah, like October of last year. Yeah, he did.
So
He
that
did.
means he was away for 4 years.
Yeah, and that's not even that long. That's not even that long to really like, and then to do what? Because he still said that, this Banneker job was supposed to be like the turnaround.
Right.
So
Well,
he,
Yeah, he's like the thing about him that's interesting, like at least I think would be an interesting avenue to go down is that he's a serial relationship person. Like he goes from Yolanda to Eva. Who was before you? Like, is there somebody in town
Yeah.
that he was with that he left to go to Seattle? Where was he in Seattle, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. Like what? Oh, he's been there since Naomi's pregnancy scare. Yeah, he's been here for a while. He's been here
So
for a
yes,
while.
so um like I feel like my version of that character has left a trail of broken hearts.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what's the story with Yolanda? There's got to be a girl that he was messing with before he moved to the Pacific Northwest.
Yes. And that's
There's
why, oh, if I can do an alternate universe, if we could go back and rewrite, if we could go back, I would let I would have Kat break up with Tomas, let Eva and Tomas brew, and have Kat with Isaiah.
mm-hmm,
Because if Isaiah was Kat's first, this whole dynamic would have been completely different.
right.
Like it would have made sense for her to be fully obsessed with him.
Okay, I'm glad you said it because I was about to say like, because then I would buy Cat not letting go.
I would buy it, right? I would buy it. He's this enticing guy. He's good looking. He's a bad boy. Like it would make sense for Kat, type A Kat. She's been a virgin forever. She's not, dealt with any man like this. It would make sense for her to fall head over heels for somebody
Mm-hmm.
like Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could root for them to break up. We could really root for that untangling, because then it's
Right.
like, oh girl, he's horrible for you, now you need to meet your husband. But oh man, that would have been, I think her staying with Tomas has just been a deficit from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
They should have never
Mm-hmm.
stayed together.
Yeah. And the other thing is that because he's got such a sketchy past, it would, Kat could stumble across something when she's like going through, like not going through,
Mhm.
but like, she's moving his backpack and something falls out. And it could have launched Kat into, catlock mode in figuring out something that he had going on in his past. Because for the love of
Yes.
God, I need this show to do a mystery.
And do it correctly. And do it
And
correctly.
Kat, even though she would be a mess with it, like chain of evidence, like Kat would be messing some stuff up,
Yeah.
but it would be fun to it would be so much fun to watch.
I hope that they dive into the true crime podcast for her and really drive that narrative of her looking for Lynette. Cause I think that storyline will open up so many doors for
Mm-hmm.
us to like reevaluate a lot of characters. We can finally see a darker side of Joey,
Yeah,
right? Because even the Joey that we're getting now is annoying, low key.
yeah,
Like the way that Vanessa is making it seem like, oh, it's nothing that Deanna wants to work with me and she won't figure out that we're money laundering.
right.
Girl,
you
like,
know, Yeah. They could do something fun with Cat, like an only murders in the building type of only
yes.
only murders in the country club.
In the right, only
But
murders in
but I mean
Fairmont Drive.
it doesn't have to be murders, but they could do like, with the podcast thing, they could do something super fun with Cat where
Yes.
her doing this podcast launches her into the mystery.
No, facts. Kat would have tracked down Sledgehammer. Definitely. She definitely would have. She would have cracked that Haley case wide open if she
And
had the
and
chance.
and are we done? Like, so nobody's looking for Lynette anymore. Nobody's interested in any of that. We've just
Ed.
moved on.
She's just flapping in the wind. Everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Even Bill was suspicious about Lynette being gone for a while, and now he hasn't said anything. Did he get the PR off of it? I thought he had somebody looking into it.
I think he did. Yeah, he did. They did have him call it off. But Joey was supposed to be looking into it, and that they just completely dropped Joey looking into Lynette.
Yeah. Well, he left it to Randy. And Randy is the one that's covering up for her.
Oh, I didn't realize he did that.
Because I think it was Randy. That was the last time that he was talking to Randy when he was like, you better fix it. When he was saying that stuff better not touch me. Whatever y'all doing, that better not touch me. And then it was just like, oh, well, she's gone. She texted Vanessa. She went ghost on Vanessa. She texts Haley and we're done. And he was just like, all right, it better not come back to me. So he was pretty much over it. Yeah. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but they better bring my girl back. I miss Lynette.
Yeah, I mean, if I could, I will say that the one white character I would be cool with them bringing back is old girl, the chief administrator woman, Leah.
Leah?
Yeah.
To do what?
I don't know. Listen, if Grayson can still work at the hospital.
Yo, seriously. How does he still have a job?
I don't know what Leah would do, but I just I fell in love with that actress.
I did like Leah. I definitely did like Leah.
So I'm like, if I could have somebody, if I it would, I wouldn't mind her being around. But I feel like there needs to be, like, for all the people who are getting away with stuff, like Leslie, like all these people who are getting away with stuff, like Leah actually had, like they're giving Grayson a pass because of his mother.
Yeah.
Leah, I'm not excusing what she did, but Leah lost all her money.
Seriously.
And is close to retirement age. And she gets no justice. Like, Lynette is just off in the,
Yeah, and they're not even using her, for real. I mean, I know that she makes it seem like she doesn't know anything, but for them to be like, oh, yeah, let's just lock her up. But Grayson is the one that gets a pass.
And I'm like, she lost everything. Imagine being 60, 62. I don't know how old she is, but, she's...
Her and Joey are supposed to be close in age, so...
Imagine being... and Malone is trying to retire.
Right.
So imagine being, in your early 60s with a... you've been... And, a doctor, so, you've been putting some money away for your retirement.
Yeah.
Probably millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And you can't, there's no way in the world, there's not enough work hours.
It's just gone.
Uber, door dashing, side gigs in the world that's going to recoup that money.
No.
And that money's not insured by the FDIC, that, investments. Dang. So it wasn't like it was in a savings account. And even if it was, they only insure up to a certain amount of money.
Right.
So you've lost everything. So it's either you're going to work until you die just to survive, just to pay your mortgage, and you're just going to have to work for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Or, you might be able to make some quick cash.
In the black market.
Again, not excusing it, but understanding the motivation.
Yeah. And what happened to using the smaller fish to bait the big fish? Leah is still a small fish. Jacob talked all the time about how they still haven't met the real movers and shakers.
Right. But also,
of the ring.
Why is Jacob still working on this case?
And how is he still like what is he doing?
Because first of all, plasma and blood is regulated federally, so the FBI would be involved.
Yeah.
And
Which Chief already said.
they've moved out of the DMV, so he doesn't have any. And it's like, you only work in Maryland, so you don't have jurisdiction in the V or the D. You only have jurisdiction
Right.
in the M. So,
Right,
so why are you?
exactly.
So what do you think you're investigating, and how do you think you're going to arrest somebody?
No, seriously, you have no jurisdiction. Time said, did they ask Ren? No, Ren is the one that gave them the last name, which was still a male name that we've
And
never heard.
it wasn't the right person anyway.
It wasn't right. It wasn't Heather. So it
Because
was
they
still
said, yeah,
wrong.
and they said that everything he would give them was a dead end, but
Yeah.
and then he gave them that name, but that person like left town anyway. So
Yeah. So it
and
still
that
was a dead
person is
end.
probably like I think that person is fictitious. Like Heather probably made that like
Yeah, for people that don't want to believe her, like
yeah,
Victor, like Joey,
yeah,
to where it's like, oh, you need a man's name to believe that that's who the impaler is. Fine, I'll give you a
right.
man name.
So so I don't know. I mean, and then the other thing, it's like I'm assuming they're bringing Heather back.
Why?
Because what was the point of revealing her as the impaler?
Agreed. And that's real. I don't know. She has to come back. She's gonna come back. I'm thinking if she does come back, she needs to come back with a stronger case as to why Joey has to work with her.
If I mean, if it were me, I'd bring her back, but she would come back using a different name. Like she would come back
Mm.
as, Cynthia, and she I was trying to think of it. She would come
Okay.
back as she'd come back and she wouldn't acknowledge Joey as her brother.
Yeah.
But
It'd be
she
a
would come
completely
back and
different persona.
she'd come back as a different persona. Joey would be like, "What are you doing back in town?" And she'd be like, "I don't," she'd be like, and she'd just give him a wink and a smile. But she would, and she would be working, she'd have like, she'd infiltrate I don't know. There's no business. I mean, part of the issue, not issue, because I'm actually glad that like the Duprees aren't fighting over Dupree Industries and who's going to run Dupree Industries. Like, I'm glad they're not doing that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but they would, but if they brought her back, like I would bring her back under an alias and have her like infiltrating Fairmont Crest society for some reason. I don't know. I don't know.
Ooh. And I like her coming back as someone else because then it gives her so much more potential. Everyone in the comments is talking about her messing with Vanessa, and I would love that.
Yeah, that's what she
I
said.
would
Yeah.
definitely love that. Like, think about her coming back as like this rich, woman, and she ends up, asking Deanna to help
Hiring
her look for
Vanessa
a
to find
house.
her a house. Yeah.
Yeah, and all of the messiness that can come with that. Like, I do like
And
her coming back as a different person.
Vanessa telling Joey about her new friend who, is a client and that she met, and that, oh, I had martinis with, Cynthia, and Joey not knowing who Cynthia is until, but Cynthia all
Yes.
along is setting Vanessa up for something,
Yeah. No, I would have loved that. K Marie said they should have had her as his ex-wife. Can we meet his ex-wife? Like, I think that would be a great storyline too, because I feel like right now he gets to paint his own narrative,
Right.
and I want to know what happened. Because I remember when we first met him, I thought that he was lying about his mom.
So did I.
You
So did
know,
I. Yeah.
so
Actually,
if he has an ex wife, like she can set all of that straight.
you know what? I think it probably would have been better to bring her on as the ex-wife versus the sister.
Yes. And even though she has ex-wife energy, it's so weird how
Well,
she
that's what
talks to him.
I said, like, I know this is a reference, but like, um, it's like some kind of flowers in the attic type situation where, You know,
Yeah.
she's got this thing where no other woman is good enough for her brother, but it's even more than that, where she gives the energy that she wants Joey for herself.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that makes her, that makes her super dangerous. But if she had come back as the ex-wife, then that would have been like, Joey's ex-wife is in town, he hates her because she cheated. She doesn't want she wants him, she's he's she knows what his weaknesses are, she knows where bodies are buried, she
Yes.
doesn't want to see him with Vanessa.
Yes, that can create the whole craziness between her and Vanessa.
Yeah.
She can befriend Deanna in a weird way to
Hmm.
make Joey squirm. Like there's a lot of she could have had a lot more wiggle room if she came
and
in
then
as his ex-wife.
and then they could have that's how they could have had Deanna. She could have manipulated Deanna into doing something to Joey instead of having Deanna losing her marbles.
Yes, exactly. Because she's really like talking to Doug now.
Yeah.
Like she's
Yeah, she's
like
having whole conversations. Yeah.
she's having full conversations with Doug, and I'm scared for my girl. They gonna try to
Yeah.
lock her up.
I love her, but I'm like, girl, get your pills. Like, where they at? You
Get your
gotta.
get your pills. And you see, Vanessa is terrified. Okay, Vanessa is terrified. And when they were sitting in the robes after the spa,
Mm-hmm.
and she asked about Joey, Vanessa went pale. Like
Yep.
she was like, are we talking about this? Like, are you okay? Like, can I talk about this? She thought she was gonna turn over the tables right there.
Yeah. I'm curious. I'm gonna be super curious to see how they pace this, because I mean, if she's only supposed to be there for the summer working for Vanessa, I mean, it's literally like, I mean, it's July. It's 2 months.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
would
it's
be
not that long.
it'll be a 2 month story. How will they pace this better than they pace the Kill Bill stuff?
I hope so. I
But
hope so.
also, can we talk about how the twins got left back in college because they were supposed to be seniors?
No, seriously, like why are they still there?
They
Because
were
they're
supposed to be
twins. They're supposed
they
to
were
be the same. And I
they were
thought,
supposed to be they were supposed to be graduating this May, and now they're still in college.
and they're still in college. Was there ever a conversation about Deanna being held back or taking a year off
No,
or something?
somebody in my comments said maybe, like, they fell behind when Doug died, so
Fair.
it
And that's what I
extended.
was thinking. I was like, especially Deanna.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much Donnell, but I feel like there was a moment when Vanessa said that she took a year or
Yeah.
something.
So it's like, but just say it. Just say,
Just say they took a year.
because y'all told us in the beginning that they were seniors.
Exactly. That's the reason why Donnell was late for the cotillion. He had senior tests.
Right.
He had finals.
Right.
So even with that, it's like, what are we talking about here? Nash said their
So
advisor messed up their credits. Hey, girl. They messed up their credits. That's funny. Oh, and then speaking of Deanna, what was that weird conversation between her and Randy?
I know that creeped me out.
That it was very creepy. It felt like it was going somewhere romantic.
Yeah, it was creepy, right? It was like it was I. Ugh.
I was like, what are they doing with this? Like, it felt it felt like borderline flirting.
Yeah, it
Like
was. Yeah, it was uncomfortable to
it
watch.
was. The only time that I was like okay was when he deviated the conversation to Vanessa, because
Mhm.
the real slip up could have been when he was like, "Oh, you talk to your brother, you talk to your therapist. Well, I mean, you could always talk to me." If he would have said that line, I would have been completely done.
Yeah.
Thankfully he didn't say that, but it definitely was borderline.
Okay, I'm glad you said it because I wasn't sure if I was feeling uneasy because I was watching a grown man manipulate a vulnerable 21-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
for
somebody asked
real.
how old Randy is, and I can't even tell you because Doug, if they grew up together, Doug should have been in his 50s as
And
a heart surgeon.
pretty much. And see, that's the thing, right? When we're comparing people, because would Ted and Carlton be in their 50s?
Yes. Because
Okay.
Randy reads 30, 35. Like Randy reads like
Right.
mid
He reads
30s.
younger
But
because him and Haley's relationship seemed age-wise close.
right. And Doug, I mean, like if you're they're surgeons, so like, and Ted, if Danny and Bill were married 30 years, that means Ted and Nicole were married longer than that. At least a few years longer than that.
Longer than that, yeah.
So, and they met, like, they weren't in their early 20s when they were already doctors.
They
when
were already
met.
doctors, so they
So
had to
that
be
means
mid-30s.
they were in their late 30s. I mean, not late 30s, late 20s, early 30s.
Early 30s.
So if
for
they
sure.
were married, so honestly, if they should be like, I mean, they should both be pushing 60.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, when I think about one of my best friends, Charlie, he got his white coat 2 years ago. So he was 30 when he got his white coat. So yeah, and he never took a break from undergrad to doctor school. That shows
Doctor school.
Doctor school, medical school. So yeah, all of that. So that means Ted and Nicole had to meet in their 30s. Nicole and Vanessa are supposed to be around the same age, which makes Doug around the same age too. So if Doug was in his 50s, that means Randy has to be in his 50s. And I don't believe that.
There's no way Randy is in his 50s.
There's no way. At one point I thought Randy was younger than Haley.
I mean, to be generous, he's 40.
Right. That's generous. That's generous because we're supposed to believe that Haley and Naomi are around the same age.
Right.
So if that's the case, that means that Haley can't be more than early 30s.
Well, the thing about Haley, though, about Val Roberta Haley, is that who the hell knows? I mean,
who knows? That's true.
Haley could be 50 her damn self, and because
that's true.
Because remember, they've been we're supposed to believe that she's been scamming men for years.
This is true. This is true.
This has been her longest con, but you figure if she's getting men to marry her, you're still talking about like 6 months. You're talking about 3 months courtship.
Yeah.
Get married. 6 months get married. So you're married for like a year, still all their money bounce.
Yeah. And I'm with Nash. I was definitely thinking that she's probably been scamming since, I would even say 16, 17, 18, because she talks about how she was, like she was thrown out of her family early. Like she didn't really have like a family dynamic situation. Well, her mom died. Her parents died.
Well, that's what she's telling us.
That's what she tells us. That's Haley's story. We don't know if that's Val's story.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I do think she's probably older than what.
Yeah, I mean, I exaggerated when I said 50, but like,
did you?
I wouldn't be surprised if she's older than Naomi. Because she's a con woman, so she's like, oh yeah, I'm your age. Like she could be, Randy's getting her IDs with any birthday they want, she wants.
Yeah, so, that's true. And I mean,
so she could be a little old. Listen, she could be 60.
She really could, because I definitely think she's older than Randy. The way that her and Randy's dynamics are, she's the big cousin.
Right.
So even with that, like, so if she's older than Randy and Randy and Doug supposedly went to school together, then she's got to be over 50.
Right.
And now believe the story that Doug is younger than Vanessa.
Yes.
If we had to play that role, right? I would believe that Doug is younger than Vanessa. But to be as young as Randy, Val, Naomi, absolutely not.
But then Vanessa, did she have those twins? How old was she when she had those twins?
Ooh. I mean, they were obviously well married.
Did she have a late in life pregnancy? Like, was she in her 40s? I mean, they're 21.
Maybe. Maybe. Because
They're 21, 22. So, I mean, was she? I
because
mean,
I mean Kat has to
she could have
be
been 30.
because Kat has to be what, almost 10 years older than Deanna?
Oh, I was thinking Kat is. I put Kat at like 26, 27.
Okay.
So maybe she's
So maybe
like,
she's about 5 years older than
yeah, maybe
Deanna.
5 years.
About 5 years older than Deanna. So that means that if Nicole had Kat, because remember she was a miracle baby and they were going through a lot of pregnancy issues. If Nicole and Ted met in their 30s, let's say they got married within a year, had Martin within a year or two, Nicole couldn't be any younger than 33 to 35 when she had Martin.
And then
Oh
Martin
gosh.
was, but
That would
Martin
make
was.
Nicole like 80 right now.
But how old was but how old was Martin when Ted was taking him to the brownie place?
He had to be under 5.
He was like yeah, he was like 5,
He had to
6,
be
right?
around 4. Like it's somewhere. K Marie says 3. I thought he was like 5, somewhere between 5 and 7. Because he has to be
That's what I
he has to be old enough to remember.
that's what I thought too.
He
I
has to
thought he
be.
had to be at least 5 or between 5 and 7.
I would say between 5 and 7, and Kat still wasn't born.
Right.
So.
And then Kat was born. So listen, I said last year that we would drive ourselves crazy trying to figure out these people's ages,
These people's ages.
but like when you start laying it out, it really like it it makes no sense.
We start getting messed up for real because this is, yeah, that's we're getting into some weird
Because
territory.
also, like Vernon, I don't know how old Vernon's supposed to be, but Clifton Davis is 80, 81.
Yeah.
But Anita's younger. Anita's obviously younger than Vernon.
Is she?
Yeah, because Tamara Tooney is only. Somebody look up her age online. I think she's like 60.
I was about to say Tamara's definitely in her 60s, but I mean the character Anita, could she be older than Vernon?
I mean, she's not. I don't think she's in. I mean, well, if Nicole is pushing 60, then she's got to be.
True. True. And ain't no way Nicole's pushing 60.
She's got to be pushing 60. Okay, she's 67. So Tamara is 67,
Tamara's 67.
68.
Okay.
67, 68. So
yeah, these numbers are really messing with me now. This math is gonna be the end of us.
and
Cause
listen, math is not my strong suit. I could do it, but
no, and I love math, and this is why I'm being tripped up. This is why I'm being tripped up because they didn't do the math before they started the show. Because these ages do not make sense. And they shot themselves in the foot by putting Deanna and Randy in this position.
yeah.
It's different because even the way that Joey constructed the conversation with Randy, where he was like, oh, I saw Donnell recognize you. Do you think Deanna would? So now you're saying that Randy hasn't seen Deanna since he was like she was like a baby.
Right.
Like a young.
But when Donnell recognized Randy, somebody in the comments, correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear Donnell called him uncle. So
He did. No,
so
around the memorial time for Doug, he called
so
him Uncle Randy. He
so
did.
you've got to like if you're remembering that you call somebody Uncle Randy, the last you didn't your last time seeing them, you weren't 4 or 5. You were a teenager.
A
You
teenage,
were
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. So the last time he seen Deanna, she had to be 13, 14 esque.
Daphne will be 50 in August.
Yeah, she
Well,
will. Nicole,
well, so what's her face is 52, is 49, 50, turning 50 this year too, I think.
Kayla,
Carla.
yeah, Carla, who plays Danny. Yeah,
Yeah. So, but there's no way Nicole is 50.
no, no, like it,
Because if Danny and Bill met when she was 19 and they were married for 30 years, when we met them, she was about 49. So Danny is 50 is 50 this year. So Nicole has got to be at the youngest she's 55.
50. Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, somewhere between 53 to 55. Like even if
But
they're 2 or 3 years apart, she's got to be mid 50s.
because but the thing is that if Martin is 35, that would mean she had him when she was 20, which doesn't make sense.
Which doesn't make sense because she was already a doctor when
Right.
she had Martin.
Because Martin wanted to run for Congress, I mean, for president, which means he had to be, or at least, well, maybe he was thinking by 2028, he'd be 35. So maybe Martin is, what are we, it's 2026. So maybe Martin is 33.
So if Martin's 33
But she would still have been in her early 20s when she had him.
when she had
And that
him.
doesn't make sense because they didn't meet that young.
And see, this is where they mess up with us. It would be different if she met Ted in undergrad. Right? Like
Right.
if she had met Ted, I mean, I can understand them meeting at a medical convention and still being undergrads. If they were like, just medical majors. Like they hadn't gone to med school yet, but they were in undergrad, they're looking into medicine, so they would be at the same thing. But us establishing that they came together after already being doctors automatically puts them in a certain age range. So it's
Nash
just
said they're all vampires and we'll never guess their ages.
and we'll never guess their ages. That's funny. But
I mean, that's the.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the. I mean, that's kind of the challenge of having all these black people on the show because
Okay. Because the age don't show.
the age don't show, so they don't. It's like, it. But it's just weird. It's just a weird thing because they do give you timelines. Like they have given us timelines of when things happened, and so it's like there's just no way that if Ted and Nicole were already doctors when they met,
Yeah.
if being the most generous, they met in their late 20s.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's no way that Nicole had Martin any later than 32.
Right.
Because
So
even then that would make her in her 60s right now. And that's pushing it.
right.
That's really pushing it. Nicole in her 60s is pushing it. Because, I mean, that makes Anita in her 70s.
That makes Anita 80.
Yeah. Yeah. And that makes no sense. Because now that means Vernon is on his way out. And that's not.
Yeah,
that's not it.
Yeah, it's a weird
It's just it's like they tell us like follow this storyline, but not too closely.
like they
just
should have just made they should have, and I know there's challenges with but hell, they got a 31-year-old playing Samantha, so but they should have instead they should have just made Kat and Eva teenagers.
Yes, everybody started too early.
They should have made Martin in his because Martin could be a congressman in his 20s. They could have just said he's one of the youngest congressmen ever to be elected.
Yeah.
Like Maxwell Frost. They could have just said he got elected in his, because this is now it's his first term. They rewrote that too, so now it's his first term.
Right, because
So
he's been in Congress since the show started.
but originally it seemed like he was already in Congress, like he was an established congressman, but
Yeah.
now he's a one-term congressman, a first-term congressman, which means he got elected in November of 2024,
Hmm. Okay.
and um he got sworn in January of 2025, and we met him in February of 2025.
Hmm.
So they should have just said they should have just made him like they should have made him like 25, 26.
Yeah.
They made Kat and Eva like 17.
Yeah. They should have been seniors in high school for sure.
Yeah, got rid of Tyrell and Samantha.
Because they need to be babies.
Yeah.
Tyrell and Samantha are just way too old.
Yeah, got rid of, like, just done away with that. Started, and then they could have started Smitty and Martin's relationship. We could have met them at the start of their relationship instead of them being settled down and married.
Yeah. And I mean,
And
the whole Kat and Eva thing would have had way more weight if they were in high school. Like, to think about Kat going through what Samantha just went through as Kat and Eva
right,
in the cotillion, that would have been,
right,
gold.
yeah. And then, I mean, the issue is Naomi, because Kat, Chelsea, and Eva would be teenagers. Naomi is younger than Martin, so they just all wouldn't, like, Naomi would be finishing law school, so that would be the conflict, is that she's finishing law school and doesn't want to work for Bill. She wants to go off and do her own thing. So that's how you would handle that. So yeah, like, I think
Or
they
even
just
going into law school. Because if Eva and Kat are like 17, then that would make Naomi like 19, 20.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So then she would still be like in undergrad. Like, that would be, I would like to see her going back and forth of choosing whether she wanted to be a lawyer or not.
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's go back to like grassroots Naomi. Like, she probably was like, what if she was like Cree Summer from A Different World in college, right? In undergrad, to where she didn't want to touch her money. She wanted to be this free spirit, person that just like fought for people. And now we're seeing the dynamics of her being pulled from Bill, like, hey, I know that you would be a great lawyer. You need to go to law school after this.
And also, she's watching Danny dote over Chelsea as a model, and she chooses law not because she's so passionate about it in the beginning, but because it's a way to get her father's attention and get attention from one of her parents.
Oh, I would love that. I would love, and see, we're missing all of these dynamics because we don't have that backstory.
Yeah, we met them too old.
We met them too old. Bill doting over Naomi and Chelsea so much now doesn't have as much stature because we don't believe that he was that involved with them when they were younger.
And even Haley says they're grown-ass women. Like Haley even say, they're grown-ass women. Why do you and Danny have to talk about co-parenting? Like,
exactly, they're grown. Like, what are we talking about? And neither one of them have kids. So what's the conversation?
Yeah.
I agree. Like, the co-parenting dynamics would have definitely been better too with the whole situation. Even the whole Leslie, Ted, Nicole. I would love for Leslie to have come back when Eva was 5 or 6, as opposed to now. Like that, to see.
And Eva's grown up, but we meet them as a teenager. And Eva's been living among them. Eva and Kat have been, frenemies in high school. Well, maybe they don't go to the same high school because Ted doesn't know about her. But they, they go to different high schools, but they Eva's always trying to get into the parties.
Yeah. And Leslie is gonna try to get her into those places. So maybe they're like in the same dance class,
Right.
or like the
Right.
same, like Kat has to do a certain amount of community service. So she ends up running into her at the local YMCA. They both work at the YMCA or something.
What
Like
I'm thinking, I can't think of. It's kind of like it's kind of what's the show with that oh my god, Audra McDonald just did on Gypsy. You get so
yes.
Leslie, like imagine Leslie showing up with Eva at the cotillion in a gown,
Yes.
and that's how
Yes.
she reveals Eva is Ted's daughter.
Now that would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. And then we can really play into the dynamics of Ted having to play dad to multiple kids, and Nicole really evaluating their marriage. Because I don't think it would have been that easy for her to divorce him if it would have been in that stature.
Right.
Like it wouldn't have been a quick, oh, let's sign the divorce papers. Like we have young kids. Martin is about to go to college. Like there's so many things. Your practice is just getting off the ground. Like there's just so many more stakes that we could have dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, imagine like Leslie. So imagine the anniversary party where Leslie walks in and interrupts, but the cotillion. And she comes in and says, after Nicole and Danny have done the introductions of the girls,
Yeah.
and Leslie walks in and says, "There's one more girl that needs to be introduced," and out comes Eva. And Ted stands up and says, "Dana, what are you doing here? What are you doing?" And she says, "I want everyone to meet Eva Thomas Richardson."
Ooh.
And everybody's like, "What? What's going on? Huh? What?" And
That
and
would
then
have
she
been
gives
so good.
and then she gives the speech, and she could also like kind of still give the speech from the anniversary party. Like he could have still taken Martin to the diner, and she could have still given Martin brownies and the whole thing. But but now you've got, and then like Kat's insecurity as a teenage girl and her parents' marriage being blown up. And then you've got years of a rivalry between Eva and Kat in the making.
That's true. Nash said this was center Eva, not Dupree's yet again. I know, girl. We just trying to find some common ground, honestly. They got us floating out here. Like we can only take pieces of information and apply it, and it becomes draining at some point. I need for them to connect the dots.
Yeah.
We need to establish a strong foundation so we can grow and build these stories. But it's hard to build on things when there's no established foundation.
How about Ted didn't know about the pregnancy, but Anita did, and Anita sent Leslie out of town, or Anita paid Leslie to not say anything.
I like that. Oh, I like that.
Anita was keeping Leslie quiet.
Let's even go a step further. Anita already knows that Leslie is Barbara's daughter.
There you go. We can say, "Listen, Nash, you ask and we shall provide."
We shall provide.
We'll get the Duprees centered in this story.
Okay, we'll put the Duprees in. Okay, like it's still about the Duprees for sure. But I mean, I think the biggest thing is the fact that they should have established this world way sooner.
Yeah,
we're watching season 8 of what it should have been. You know, like season 10. If
Right.
we could there's so far back that we can go, but not anymore. Yeah, Time, they came in hot.
Who? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the show. Yeah, they came in hot.
Yeah, I
Every
mean
time.
dropping us into their lives like they did, like, it was
Yeah.
like, I mean, because 30 plus years of history had happened.
Yes, yes. We came in so late. And I
And
mean,
it wasn't recent because even like the Eva stuff was like 25 years ago. So
yes.
because like, because even like I'm thinking about Santa Barbara when Santa Barbara launched, and in their first year, like the presumed dead mother came back, and like she had been gone years, but the show started like the first episode, like the first scene was like 5 years earlier, and it
Mhm.
starts with one of the core family members being murdered in the study, being shot in the study. You don't know who did it, so they set up and then you come to present day, and the guy who was convicted of the murder is being released from prison, and they do a
Mhm.
star-crossed lover because he's been in love with the sister of the guy he was convicted of murdering.
Oh. Oh.
and s- and so there's this whole story, but the mother comes back, she comes back from that, and she's tied into the like this murder mystery, but um because the murder happened like only 5 years ago, you're not bogged down in why because the mother, like, it was kind of like a Natalie Wood type thing where she like fell off a boat or something and was presumed dead, and
Man.
like and then she like had amnesia and she became a countess or something, Contessa or something, and she was an old Hollywood act. She had been like a Hollywood starlet and all that stuff, but you weren't bogged down with like all that so much. They got to that eventually where her husband CC had been married, he had a first wife and a son with the first wife, and there was that dynamic, but you weren't so bogged down with like everything that happened 30 years ago or 20 years ago. It was more about the recent history and how the recent history tied into the past, how,
Mhm.
so it wasn't like what we're doing now where we're like, well, if Nicole was 30, you know and had, it's like
Huh.
like the the inciting incident was in more recent history with Santa Barbara, whereas the inciting incident, like as far as like Ted and Leslie, I mean, that was 25 years ago, and
Right.
Bill and Danny was 30 years ago, and so you've got like 30, a lot happens in 30 years,
Yes. Yes.
and and we're left to kind of like, and they're filling in, like they do some flashback stuff, and but we kind of like, I don't know how, that's the other thing is like, how much more is there to learn about their past,
I mean, seriously. And hopefully a lot. Because what
because they've hit on the big stuff. Bill was a cheater throughout
Mhm.
their marriage for 30 years. Like, he was a cheater for 25 of the 30
Damn
years.
near the whole time. Yeah.
Ted cheated, and they struggled to have a baby. He chose Nicole and Kat, and then they played happy family ever since.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like, what else you got? Like, what else?
What else do you have? And I mean, we can keep going in circles all day about what we want. I want we need more male Duprees. I don't know where they're gonna come from. I really want Vernon to have a younger brother. Like,
Mhm.
and I want him to be like the Brian White character on that Tyler Perry movie. What was it? The one of the two that were actually good. A Family
Not
That Prays is always the best
family
one.
that's the one I
But
want to turn into a soap.
Okay, that would be so good. But no, not that one. It's the one that he was in because Brian played his younger brother. Good Deeds.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one.
Good Deeds, yo. I
Is
would
that a good
say
one?
under a family that prays, Good Deeds is number 2 for me.
Oh no, you know what? I have seen it. Yes, I have seen it.
That's when Gabrielle Union plays
Yeah,
his girlfriend.
yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Very good. Tandy Newton plays his like love interest. Very good movie.
The Tyler Perry stuff kind of outside of the Medea stuff, the Tyler Perry stuff kind of just goes through my.
I get it. I completely get it. And the only reason why I bring them up is because Brian Wright's character in that movie, being the younger brother that's jaded and feels like he's the one that should have gotten the company, and he's a drunk and he's just a horrible guy, like just lame. I need that to be Vernon's younger brother.
Yeah, but how much younger can he be?
He can still be
60?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's a 20-year age gap. I mean,
He's got, I
that's what.
mean, damn. And maybe it's not him. Maybe he had a son. And
Who,
now,
Vernon?
and now the son is Martin's age and he feels like, I'm coming
Oh,
to
the
get what I'm
brother had a
owed.
son?
Yeah,
Or
like
Vernon
Vernon's brother had a
had a
son.
son? Yeah.
So
Yeah,
now
because
there's a nephew like in I don't know. We just need
no,
more Dupree men.
I am always kind of surprised that the Duprees don't talk about other Duprees out in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they're the only ones.
Like, why do we know there's a Hawthorne out in the world, but we don't know that there's other Duprees out in the world?
Right. Like Danny and Nicole don't have any cousins.
Like, why? And you're bringing on, like, they brought on so many characters, and none of them have been a Dupree cousin.
No. Even the whole joke with Vernon and Anita when they were saying that they made up a cousin that
Right,
Danny and Nicole
exactly.
had
Yeah.
for them to have like alone time.
Yeah.
So was it easy for them to do that because they don't have any other cousins?
Or they're not close to their family.
Right. Like, is there just another clan of Duprees that's not rich? Like, is there a side of the Duprees that denounced the money
Right.
or was, I don't know.
Or excommunicated.
Right. Somebody married the wrong person, so now they're exiled from the Dupree legacy or something. Like, oh, there's so much.
You know what
If
they
the Duprees
could
change their
do?
name and that's why they don't talk about family? Huh. That's good, Nash.
They could bring on, like, Vernon could have his brother could be dead.
Mm-hmm.
They could bring on a sister-in-law who has a son
Mm-hmm.
who is then like around and the wife, the widow, could be younger too. He could have married a younger woman. The dead brother could have married a younger woman. So she could be, and then they could, and then so then they could have there could be a young Dupree male, a younger who's not like 50, who is,
Yeah.
Martin's age, maybe, in his in his late 20s, early 30s. Hey, Nash.
I would like
Y'all
that.
are getting me very excited. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Nash. Right.
I was
we're-
like,
we're-
I'm just going to lay in bed and check out the comment section a little bit and then go to sleep. But y'all got me excited with this whole new storyline thing. I'm like, okay, this is good. This is
right.
good.
We've creeped into fan fiction mode.
Yeah. I love me some fan fiction. Okay.
How do you feel?
How y'all doing?
We good, child. I'm glad you came up. I was just looking at the clock, like, oh, it's almost 12:30. We're gonna have to wrap it
is it?
up.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this
The Duprees.
this is kind
would
of more
change.
fun than talking about.
what actually happened.
What we've
Yeah.
been watching, because
Yeah.
My fantasy though is that the Dupree. Okay, I said the Duprees probably changed their name, right? Because what if they build this whole behind the gate situation to control the narrative and like protect themselves from like the people who they're really running from, right? Like all like they're very skeptical of, and this is why I feel like they should kind of pivot a little bit with all of like these random people just popping in, right? Like Haley, how does she make it behind the gates? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like
Yeah.
they should be a little more standoffish in terms of who they allow in their family, like because they're really not who they pretend to be. Like Vernon got into politics, right? Because we're not gonna throw all that away. What if Vernon got into politics because of who his family was in order to push his like underworld family like agenda to get a lot of laws passed? So he changed his name, kind of separate himself from the family because, you know, they do background checks or whatever.
Facts.
He now pushes these laws through, you know, he was making backdoor deals, all these things. Through that money, like he tells people his family, his father built, you know, the country club and kind of established a community. But really and truly, nobody knows like why or with what money. They don't know where the money comes from. Like we never really talk about where the money comes from.
Right.
Okay, yes, he was in politics, but politicians don't just get money from nowhere. Like,
No.
you know what I'm saying? So the Duprees, if we look back, that's not really their names.
Ooh, I like that. Like how they did on Power, like how Ghost tried to get into politics to like clear, like get a new identity
Clean
and
his
to, like,
reputation. Yeah.
yeah.
But like this would go back so far. So like beyond the gate, like I really want them to play into the name of the show so that it really feels like we are on the outside looking in or getting a glimpse of this life.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Vernon seems innocent, but there are so many layers. You know, people probably owe him money. He has like deals or chips that he can call in favors for now that he's out of politics. Think people like maybe things he's made like disappear for other families, problems that he's resolved on the back end, you know, with his political career. And now the gates is how they control their environment and who has access to them. And maybe like a rival family from their old neighborhood pretends like, you know, to be posh, works their way in, and now there's infighting in the gates, like behind the gate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. In my head, that's how it's working.
I love that. And somebody said that would make the relationship with Joey work. I would love for in that world that Joey is like the new kid on the block and it's actually Vernon that sets him up, right? Like it's Vernon that's like, hey, come be my side man. Come handle my lightweight for me. And in that process, he learns the business. He learns like that side.
Maybe not even, because Joey talks about Vernon. So him and Vernon go way back. So Joey knows Vernon from before he changed his last name. That's what I'm thinking. Like they go way, because when he talks to Vernon, he's always like, "You're not as clean as you pretend to be." Like he always gives these weird, random, like just like random things that he says, and you're like, "What are you talking about?" So clearly, he knows something that we don't know. Yes. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he knew him from back then, and that's why they still have this weird. Because, like, at the end of the day, Vernon always goes to Joey. Like, I'm pretty sure he could find somebody else. So maybe they have this weird frenemy type of relationship. But, yeah. In my head. It's all in my head, though.
It's all in our heads.
It's all in our heads. Like, yeah. Yeah. One of the writers is in here, and they're just looking at us like, that's cute.
They're like, wait until you see what we got coming in August.
Okay. Yeah.
Another white character for you. I couldn't believe it.
Oh my gosh. And then they go come
Joey's
back like,
kids are gonna
I thought
come
you guys
in.
said that you wanted Joey's ex-wife. That's what you said. We brought her.
Here's my question, and I don't know, like, if Leslie has turned over a new leaf, what's the purpose of Leslie on Beyond the Gates?
Mm.
I mean, seriously.
What's the purpose of Eva now too? Like,
Yeah,
there's no conflict.
There's
yeah.
no conflict. There's no conflict. And then her turning over a new leaf doesn't mean her leaving Ted alone. So how does she turn over a new leaf? You know, like everything stems from her relationship and her feelings towards Ted. She's not gonna let that go.
I mean, she's bringing Malone edible panties, so maybe they're saying she's over Ted overnight.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh no! But remember, she told Malone. She said we could have a lot of fun and we could have our time, but I'll forever love Ted.
But they also said that she was dumping Malone, and now they threw that out the window.
Right, now she bringing treats.
Right.
Now
and letting everybody know that it's edible underwear.
Oh my gosh.
So
I ain't never heard of no edible underwear melting in a hot car.
yeah, it will.
I mean, it's wax. It's like ooh, what do I know? I don't know such things.
Yeah.
So we've read.
And
So we have read.
Right.
You know, according to our research.
Yeah.
Right. That's a fruit roll up. M said that's a fruit roll up. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, no, she ain't turning over no new leaf. Like,
I feel like they will have her just like be muted. Like that's pretty much what it's gonna be. Like she's just gonna, like a fly or a mosquito, not harmful but just annoying. Mm-hmm. I feel like that's kind of what they're gonna make her out to be.
I mean, that's what she's kind of been.
Before she was more like a wasp or like a bee, at least. Some kind of sting. Maybe you have a allergic shock.
She had a higher threat. Now it's not much of a threat at all.
I mean, because is she just going to come into scenes, make some quips, have a few monologues, and exit?
It seems so.
Yeah.
They basically turn her into like a jester almost.
Yeah, and the sad part about it is, I mean, where does her storyline even go? Like now. I mean, even now, she's already been deemed unnecessary by Eva, right? Like Eva has already said, like, I got my world now. I got my man.
I got my man. I got my man. My man. My man.
My man. He's just such a good man. The term "good man" was used so much in the last 2 episodes to where I'm like, what shoe is about to drop?
Nothing. No shoe.
No shoe.
But Ed, you pointed this out. I think I don't know if it was today or yesterday when you said, maybe it was today when you said their fear of conflict, because today I was a little like not really excited, but like at least where Dr. Monica was going to cut the clinic off, and I think you mentioned it where it's like
the fake out
that was over and done with in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So,
it was just a test. It was just a test.
She didn't even let her sweat. Like when Leslie hit "Is this personal?" and she was like, "Yeah, this is personal." I was like, "Yes, Monica, give it to her," and she didn't.
It's the "Can't we all just get along" show. It's like literally, conflict is resolved by the end of every episode.
I think it's almost an insult to even call these conflicts. Like it's like a hiccup.
Yeah.
No, facts. And then can we even establish what the state of the clinic is? Who's even running it? Because Eva's been in the hospital. So
you know what, girl, you're right.
So even with that, I was ready for Monica to be like, well, we're cutting ties until y'all get y'all stuff together. Like, you don't even have anybody running it. I don't want Garland to just be out there.
I wanted Monica to ask, why were y'all holding plasma in the first place?
Why were y'all taking plasma?
because
Yeah.
the research I did was that plasma is not in free clinics. Plasma is at the hospital. Like if somebody goes to a clinic and needs a blood transplant, they send you to the hospital. They send you to the ER.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Sure.
Somebody said maybe Samantha's running it, please.
Samantha, Samantha's at a play date.
Okay. She's polishing her tiara.
They were in the Bahamas, remember? They were in the Bahamas, so she wasn't running it.
Okay, with that quick trip, but they was out. They was out. I don't know who been running that doggone
Now
clinic.
that you say that, I'm like, I'm thinking about it now, like, really and truly, what?
Because it's crazy. Like they try to make it seem like Leslie is so invested in making sure that this clinic runs and does well, but she ain't said nothing about who's going to run it. She really hasn't. Like she was pushing Eva constantly, even when Derek was in the role, and now she hasn't said anything about it.
I honestly thought they were going to have Grayson run it because, of course, but and I don't want to give the impression that I'm pro Grayson at all, but I will say a better use of him because, quite honestly, having a character who works at a blood lab at the hospital, it's like, great.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares? But having him, because that was the thing I never understood about Derek when he was going through his career crisis, because I was like, well, why don't they just have him be a bartender at Uptown so that like he's just around, you can always, like, he can be in and out of episodes and it makes sense because, oh, Derek's not working today, but like you could have him behind the bar and he could be interacting with different characters. So
yeah,
well, they did listen to you though. They did listen to you.
They did.
Wrong character.
Yeah, right.
Wrong character.
But like, so it does make sense in a way to do that because it's like, how often are we supposed to watch Grayson just hanging out at the nurse's station with Ashley? So to have him have him as a bartender part-time at Uptown, it's like, I still don't care about the character, but it makes some sense where because then at least because he'll be more connected to the canvas than Tomas is, quite frankly.
Very true. Everybody
I think they need to close the clinic altogether. Like, I'm sorry, this is not a medical show. I hate being in the hospital. I don't want to see. I don't care. First of all, we don't even have an actual setting for the clinic. We're never actually in the clinic. We're just talking about this hypothetical place. We could call it Candyland for all we really know. You know what I'm saying?
Amber said last week, she was like, I wish we had a set for the clinic.
I don't want to set
seriously.
Clinic, I don't want to set for the clinic. I don't want the clinic.
I think when they first brought up the clinic, I thought the setup was nonsensical, that Samantha would go to Eva about it. I thought that was just craziness. It was agenda driven.
Yeah. The Duprees have enough money; they could open 50 clinics if they wanted to.
Right. And but now, like Nash, I agree with you. This is not a medical show. And these that stuff, and it always ends up petering out anyway. Like all these places on soaps where, Days of Our Lives has the Horton Center that, they haven't talked about the Horton Center in years. You haven't seen, nobody's volunteering, nobody's working there. All My Children had the Brook English, what's it called? The Brook English House or something like that for homeless kids and stuff. I mean, I think Guiding Light was feeding immigrants coming off the, they had like a soup line or something, like something crazy out of Soap Dish. Those things just never land for me.
I think they overcomplicate it. Like if it's about beyond the gates, right? Rich people. I want to see the Dupree Mansion, the country club. That's it. Right. That's what I want. I want to see where the rich people at. I want to see what they're doing, or maybe like one other person's house that they maybe meet at. They have their secret little rich people meeting. Like I don't know. Like
No facts.
I don't care for the hospital storylines. For me, it pulls. I noticed everybody's energy during those stories that, like, for that couple months, like the first story with Anita, and everybody's energy just from watching people's video just seemed down. I'm sorry, I don't want to come on my TV and see people being sick and close to death every single minute. Like, don't get me wrong, yes, we can have those stories because be realistic, but to the point where it was so kind of depressing. Like, people were actually sad seeing Anita going through all of it. Like, it was too much, and it just felt like an energy drain. And then it's now Naomi is sick, and oh my God, what's her name? Mona has died. Like, I'm sorry, but
oh my God. And why do they keep throwing in Mona having sugar? I don't get it.
Because it's the Black thing. Black people have sugar and the diabetes. And
I hate it. So I hate it.
It's just giving.
The one full-figured woman that's on there, she has diabetes. Okay.
It's given they've never interacted with actual Black people. That's what it's given. We don't really know anything, because why is it always sickness and just this drab? You're afraid of conflict, but death? No, yeah, throw some death in there, throw some sickness in there. They can, like, I don't know.
No, that's so real. And we don't have a place for people to gossip. I'm over here thinking about all of the sets that we actually have, and we do have a lot of throwaway sets. Why do we have Ashley's apartment? No one cares. Ashley has had an apartment since day one, and no one cares. Like,
so Cat lives nowhere.
Cat lives nowhere. Cat is still homeless. So that's the thing.
Ted is still homeless. Point that out.
Ted is still homeless. Ted is still homeless. Okay.
Although I will say,
Ted should be homeless. Yeah, we get it.
No, he should. No, I was gonna. Well, yes, he should be homeless. Like, he should be. He should have taken June's spot under the bridge, as Leslie says. But but I will say, in fairness, and I cannot believe y'all have me on here defending Ted.
Wow.
But I will say, I have lived for relocation purposes. I have lived in a hotel twice, and I get it. I get how, like, if you don't have, like, I mean, it wasn't coming out of my pocket, so that made it easier too. Like, it's coming out of Ted's pocket. It's like, dude, your accountant must be hot with you, but I do get, like, it is something lovely to come home from work and, like, your place is clean. You can you can wake up on a Saturday or Sunday morning and order pancakes and just have them delivered up to your room. Like, I do get not having urgency to go, like, have to manage your own house or condo or whatever. So
yeah, and I mean, no shade to the men, but it made sense in the beginning, like my dad.
I mean, that's a year is a long time. A year is a long time.
A year is a long time. When my parents first got divorced, my dad stayed in a hotel for like 7 months. Like, like, that's just that whole process. And then some people are like, oh, you could get a condo, but then now he has to buy furniture, like there's levels.
He's a millionaire though.
I'm not saying financially. I'm just saying the things to do, right? He's a man, like my dad, he didn't get his condo and start, furnishing for a while, because it was like, it's just him. Like, it's different when you have to change your mindset. And then he doesn't have young kids. That's another thing too. Like, when most families get divorced, the man is quick to get a house, because in order to have shared custody, you have to have another place for that kid to stay. So for Kat and Martin to be kids, it would have been different. I think Ted just didn't have that urgency. Now he should now. I think the fact that he's with Shanice and he's trying to, like, establish something, I think now he should be looking for a place. Absolutely. But my thing, I think we should change Ashley's apartment to a salon for Eva to run.
Mm-mm.
Why? I
That
want a
Amber,
salon.
Amber wants a salon too for
I
Eva.
want a salon because we need a place for them to kiki. There's no place where Vanessa can overhear Anastasia talking about, Anita. Like there's just no place for it to be a mutual kiki. Like we need a mutual space that's not Orphe Jeans.
Yeah, all my
The
children had
only
the.
reason I say no, it's not that it's a bad idea. The only reason I say no, it's just not Dupree centered enough for me. That's the only reason. That's literally my
That's
only logic.
fair. I mean, all
That's
the
literally
Duprees can
my
get their
only.
hair done there, though. It don't have to be for Eva. Like Eva could own the salon and then have like other, hairstylists. It don't have to be just her. Because I can see Anita, Danny, and Nicole, and Chelsea, and Naomi going to get their hair done. They have new styles all the time.
I think you have a valid point though, because now I'm rewatching Bridgerton, and there are spaces, common spaces where people gather to gossip and talk about each other. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't have a space like that,
yeah. All my
right.
children had the Glamorama.
Well, technically, that's what the club really should be, though. If we're being honest, that's what the club should be. Like, I feel like,
Oh, Eva could have a space in the club. Like she could.
yeah, for the level of society, I feel like the country club, if for that, social class, the country club really is their space to gather and gossip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just don't use
Yeah.
it.
They
They
just
just
don't
don't.
use it.
They just, it's like,
They
um,
only utilize the dining room area. Like country clubs have so many different rooms, conference rooms, just like lounges. They have like different rooms within country clubs that they could really utilize as opposed to just a dining room where people are supposed to be eating, not necessarily talking.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what, it needs to be more spaces to converse and just kind of mix up storylines. Because Orphe Jeans is
I
tied.
think, yeah, because I think, like, I get what you're saying. Like, they need a space where people can cross paths, and it feels natural.
Yeah, because even the country club, I know it's supposed to be like a spot but that's the thing, it's for the rich people, right? Like, even how today Monica was telling Ted, like, oh, Shanice, she just feels uncomfortable in these spaces. Like, you're gonna have to come, and be neutral with her in some of these spaces. And
I
they don't
found
really
that
have that.
conversation very annoying, honestly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, now I agree. I
Like,
think him talking to her about Shanice is just
it's
weird.
weird.
It is
It's
so
weird.
weird.
It's
And
so
if you're
weird.
dating a man in that, then this is why I'm like, they're not leaning enough into the opulence and the richness of it. Because if you watch Bridgerton, right, and when they are talking to people who are outside, you don't the higher class people don't go to, for a lack of a better term, like the commoners' places. They bring those people in their world. You
Right.
never, even in real life, you never find people of, wealthy caliber going to our regular hangout spots. They would be
No,
more inclined to bring us to them,
that's
right?
true.
Well, my biggest complaint has been, well, not biggest, but one of my complaints has been that where are the characters that want to get behind the gates? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Shanice should be like, I want to be at the country club. Like,
Yeah,
I want to be, like that should, like, if
on the
you,
yacht.
yeah,
Yeah.
I want to be, yes, fly me to Paris for the weekend. Like,
Yeah.
I want, like, so Dr. Monica needs to mind her own business.
Instead, the writers have her saying, "You know what? Yacht is too much. Get that girl a picnic on the floor in your office, and she'll be just
Because
fine."
you know what I thought of when that whole nonsense happened today?
What?
Do you guys remember, and I don't know if you watched Sex and the City,
And have multiple
Mm-hmm.
times.
when Carrie dated the Russian.
I was just binge watching that season last week.
and
Yes.
and he took her, they were going to like the opera or something, and he like danced with her outside the fountain and she like fainted and she was like, it's just too much. It's just too, and that's what I was like, that's Shanice is like, it's just too much. All this opulence, all this glamour. It's just, I just
I
can't.
can't. She sat there and said, "Oh, I'm so glad we had dinner and I can stay in my scrubs."
He's feeding her peach cobbler from Orphe Jeans. I'm like, listen, I can
God.
get Orphe Jeans. I can afford Orphe Jeans, peach cobbler.
Exactly.
And don't get me wrong, right? Like rich people do have like their little spots they want to go to for comfort food, but let's be for real. Outside of the Duprees, who else behind the gates is going to Orphe Jeans? Who else is gonna be comfortable enough to roll up in their
What
their Rolls
millionaire
Royce?
is having Thanksgiving dinner at Orphe Jeans?
Yeah, roll up with their Rolls Royce and their butler comes out, opens the car, and you know what? Guys, we're having Orphe Jeans tonight. It's so awesome. With your mink coat and your Christian Louboutins, your one of a kind Birkin, you're stepping into Orphe Jeans. Let's be for real.
It ain't happening.
Yeah, like
It's
I
not
want
like
some
cornbread.
like that's why I'm like always confused about characters. That's where I get confused about like even Jan, who was so quick to once Leslie got that money and she was like, oh, we should forgive Leslie. It's like
Mhm.
then make Jan like a grifter and be like using, like she's not really
Yeah.
forgiving Leslie, but she wants access to
Yeah.
that life.
That even how
Yeah.
Leslie was like, "Oh, I got these 2 tickets to the what was it, the Winterfest?"
Yeah.
Mhm.
That she lured her into, which was even more janky because you telling me Nicole, once again, we talked about this. Nicole and Naomi never invited Ashley and Jan to the Winterfest.
No, but I think it would make sense if the Winterfest was this big rich people environment, right? You don't invite the commoners, the people from behind the gates. Why would we never invite them? I mean, she's nice enough and we really like her, but she's not family. You know what I mean? Like take that kind of approach.
Yeah. Yeah.
But to have all of
But-
this and then the Winterfest to be, I don't know, given Forever 21 runway. I don't know.
I just feel like characters like Shanice, Ashley, Tomas,
Mhm.
like they should
Jacob.
be like, yeah, they should be like, I want to get behind the gates. Like that should be a motivation for at least one character.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
it was for Haley, but we met Haley once she was behind the gates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a con, and it's a con. It's not like there are characters that we've seen on soaps who like, like Teresa on Passions.
On Passions, yeah.
Yeah. Or I'm trying to, like, but we've seen characters who are like their goal is to be wealthy, is to marry a wealthy man, mostly.
Yeah.
And like that's okay. Like we're like that can be entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
And
we
then-
don't
and then
and we
you
didn't
Made Tomas. If that's really how they made Tomas, I swear, like, right, we could keep him exactly as he is, emotionless, like nothing. But his goal, we could say, okay, he really don't like Kat, but he's pushing because this is his end goal. Like from his demeanor, how he talks to her, their lack of like sexual chemistry, it all makes sense why he's still staying with her, because he wants to get to the bag. He wants to get into this gated community and establish himself like pretty much following Bill's footsteps, because Bill wasn't from behind the gates.
Yeah, exactly. And like, how somebody just said, remember when Ted made fun of Leslie for ordering caviar? Leslie is literally the only person that I can see, like you guys said, that has had that desire and talked about it. Right. And I was even thinking how you guys were saying like these uppity rooms and things. We don't get enough of that from the Duprees. I was just thinking about that when it comes to when Leslie got into the money and she's doing all these things, right? Wardrobe change. She's wearing the big jackets. She's eating in the country clubs as much as possible. Yeah. And it's like, okay, she's trying to indulge in the life. You think that the Duprees would act more that way.
Like that. Yeah.
You know
It's
what?
like they try so hard to be humble that they downplay
So,
how wealthy they really are.
Yeah.
so
And yeah.
I also have a theory as to why some people don't like Cat.
Speak about it.
Why people are
About it.
working through some stuff.
Whatever you say, you're right, Ed. Whatever you say, you're right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Cat is the one Dupree who is unapologetic about being wealthy.
Ding, ding, ding.
Mm-hmm.
I told y'all she's like Hillary Banks, but like with more sense. You know what I mean?
And
Yeah.
like, because even Eva as wealthy still, like, you wouldn't know Eva's what, like, Eva doesn't play like she has money. You know, like they don't write her
Right.
as she has money. But Kat is like Kat's not, you know, doing pro bono work like Naomi.
Nope.
Chelsea, I think, gets a pass because people look at her as like just this flighty model.
Yeah.
You know, so she kind of gets a pass on it.
Yeah. And
but
you expect
like,
models to be rich, even outside of her background. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, she
but
made
like
money.
the rest of the Duprees, like you were saying, Nash, like they don't flaunt they don't act like they're wealthy in a lot of ways. Like Vernon and Anita do, but they don't do it publicly. Like Vernon and Anita, Vernon will rent out Orphe Jeans or he'll rent out the country club. So there aren't witnesses to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like Kat is like, here's my bag, here's my outfits.
Yeah.
You know, I got a hat for every occasion. You know,
Yes.
Why wasn't Chelsea and Kat like initially? Why didn't they buy a place together? Like, you know what I mean? Instead of going to live behind, you know, Danny's house in that small studio, why didn't they buy somewhere together? They have all this money.
And why is Kat not buying in Fairmont Crest is the other question.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
First of all, why don't they have family houses? I'm sorry, but the wealthy people, real wealthy people, they rarely buy new property. It's always, this has been in our family for generations. You know, we have this random house here that we used to summer in, and we've had it just kind of like as, you know, like they have spare houses, for lack of a better word. So, like the mere fact that Kat is now having to house hunt, and as you said, she's not even house hunting behind the gate. She's going into, you know, I don't even know where. She's going outside, which makes no sense.
Yeah, yeah. And then I mean it's too accessible on all ends, you know. I really do want Anita to act more like Anastasia. You know? Like I want Anita to, because if anybody should be acting elitist, it's Anita, right? Like she came from nothing. She built her whole career. She's married to this old money type man. She should definitely be living in her uppity bag.
And
You know?
she's a EGOT. You know, she's got an Oscar, Tony, Emmy,
Exactly.
EGOT.
Yeah.
She's EGOT. Like
I'm sorry, but Anastasia would have not. Haley would have not made it into Anastasia's family. Let's just be starting. She would have never made it past Anastasia. First of all,
Haley would have never been able to crack an egg to make a cupcake at Anastasia's house.
Leslie would have been dealt with, wiped off the face of the earth. Okay, like I'm sorry, but Anastasia, like she just wheels, I'll protect my family and do what I need to do. She is very cautious of people, and her character really embodies how wealthy people really move. They don't just let anybody in. They are suspicious of everybody.
Facts. And as it should be, you're filthy rich. You're filthy rich. Why would you trust anyone? Like it doesn't. She doesn't
even trust Anita. Anita's been around for how many decades, and she's still looking at her like, "Girl, you a raggedy person." Why?
And I will tell you from experience, absolutely. And they remind you that you're not one of them.
Every single chance.
Every chance they get.
Because new money and old money, it's not the same.
It's not the same.
Exactly.
It's not the same. And the way that even the way that Leslie has had access to Anita specifically, right? Like the way that she's able to run up in their house, the way that she's able to run up on them in the country club. Like there's no way that you could run up on Diana Ross in Tiffany's right now. Like there's no way. You don't have access
Diana
to
Ross
her.
couldn't even call the Rothschilds. Like that's like the different type of, because Diana Ross is wealthy, but put her against the Rothschilds, she couldn't. She probably don't even have the people's numbers.
Exactly.
That's a different type of bracket.
It's a different lifestyle. Fully. Even dealing with Anita's cancer. Like the fact that she went to the hospital for chemo is wild to me. It's wild to me. Like what are we talking about? She would have had a whole medical wing the moment that she was diagnosed.
And I started watching Succession, and I'm just gonna say, the way these people have helicopters just taking off in the middle of grass, I'm sorry. They need Yeah. Beyond the Gates.
What? Good or bad?
It's in like that's wealth. That's
right. That's wealth, right?
They shut down the press. They're like, listen, we don't know what's happening to. I think I'm on like the first or maybe like the second episode. Probably I just started, but the way they're able to shut down the media and like just do like, I'm just like, I need, if the Beyond the Gates writer is still in here, sir or ma'am, I hope you have a notepad and pencil. As a matter of fact, get a pen, because I don't want you to erase anything. Get a notepad and a pen, please. Get you a wealth consultant to work on the show. We've been saying this multiple times now, okay? Because we need the opulence. And just in case you don't realize, the opulence don't gotta be white. Okay.
And the way, because the way, I forget the name of that family on Succession, but the way they move through, like, first, the way they move through Manhattan is just crazy. Like, just like, you're like, damn, they are rich. But like the houses, the different, and then like how his ex-wife has a place, and and you're only on a couple episodes. You got to, and then like, they have access, like when they need to go somewhere, they're just there. Like there's a plane, there's a helicopter, there's a car. Like they land, like the jets, the helicopter lands, the plane lands, and there are SUVs, luxury SUVs waiting for them on the runway.
As it should be.
But also how they talk about money in terms of like their family business, right? We don't have any of that in Beyond the Gates. Like everyone's like, oh my God, I love, apart from Kat, of course, they all gang up on Kat. But like outside of that, there's no real goal towards like, oh, who's going to take over, Anita and Vernon's company. There's no company. Like there's
I was just about to say, there's no company. They have the Dupree foundation, but that's just money.
That's not really anything to like aspire. Like it's not a company. So like even with Bill talking about leaving the law firm to Naomi, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, you were successful but that law firm really means nothing in the eyes of like uber wealthy people. Like nobody else wants it. Naomi doesn't even want it. So like that's no source of contention or, like a little bit of conflict, say maybe, if Anita had like a record label or whatever the case is, and now the kids are trying to fight to see mom is going to retire, who's going to take over, the business or whatever the case is,
I agree.
Nash, Succession is only 3 seasons. I need you to get to the end.
Okay. I'm rewatching a lot. I'm watching a lot of shows right now. I don't know how fast I can get through it.
Because I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm like, ooh, I need her to really get through these. It's like I really need you to watch it.
I'm gonna be honest though, it's a little slow for me. Like,
oh no, it's definitely it picks up. Like they do pick up the pacing a bit, but It's a, I mean, it in its heart, they'll never call it this, but it is a soap opera.
I'm gonna have to jump back in because I watched half of like I almost finished season 1, and I did it before season 2 came out. So I was like, I just kind of fell off. I never came back in. I got to
Yeah,
go back.
and I know like there's a different. I mean, obviously there's a budget difference between what you can do on HBO and what you can do on CBS daytime. But like this show, I mean, I need you guys to experience the wealth of these people. Like just like when they like the weddings out of the country, like and just like how they're staged and what the like it's a week, it's like a weekend event. It's not just like fly in for the day of the wedding. It's like a whole thing. Like when you talk about a wealth consultant, like you watch the first 2 episodes, you ain't seen nothing yet.
And I don't even need Beyond the Gates to have like crazy sets. Like we don't need.
Oh no, I know, yeah, I know what you mean.
We
Yeah,
need just like good writing. Like I just feel like the writing right now is not good. It's not good.
I just don't. They need to be like. I just don't need like. And this is a critique I've had for shows like on BET and TV One, is that there always needs to. It feels like Black people always have to be earnest and humble, and like this is not the show for that.
No, especially beyond like the premise of the show is wealth and richness. Like miss me with the humble, we're just like everybody else, we just have a little bit of money. Like miss me with that.
Right. And that's why I feel like the only people that really embrace the wealth are Kat and Danny. And even with Danny, she doesn't even embrace it as a Dupree. She embraces it as a former supermodel, like, which still adds work to her wealth. Like, oh, I worked to get to this place. And it's like, no, girl, you were born into it.
Yeah. And the only time I saw Danny do that was when she bought those rings. She's like, oh, I'm going to call my jeweler. I'm like, yes, girl, call you. Because real rich people don't go into stores. Call your jeweler.
Exactly. Right. Or when her and Andre went to LA and they had like their kind of like, ooh la la moment.
Yeah.
Like that was like, okay, yeah. Like, yeah, let's fill up the private jet and let's go where we want to go.
And I was thinking about this, I think either today or yesterday, where I was like, how we are always saying that Eva is a Richardson, not a Dupree. She probably wouldn't have experienced the same life. But I'm starting to think now, because Andre has money. Andre is rich. His parents left him money.
Yeah.
So did his parents' money come from just them, or was Ted's family also rich too? Like, does Ted come from like real money? Because like I feel like there has to be a reason why Nicole would marry Ted. Like, yes, he's a doctor, but both of their children just happen to marry people from not Beyond the Gates. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's very abnormal that a really wealthy, powerful couple like Vernon and Anita would have both their kids marrying outsiders.
Yeah, so I'm sure it makes it feel like I'm thinking like the Duprees are to the Hiltons as the Richardsons are to the Kardashians. Like how like Dupree's got that old money and the Richardsons got that old new money. Like maybe Ted was the first generation of the wealth in the Richardsons, Ted and his brother. So they got money, but it's not as deep as the Duprees. I feel like the Duprees maybe have like 2 generations on them, but that's it. So
I wonder.
So it does make me think like Eva, her storyline may not have been that far from Kat's if she had been raised by Ted. It may not have been the same rich traditions. Like she probably still wouldn't have been like in a cotillion or even in Fairmont Crest maybe, but she would have been well off for sure.
And the reason I say that, because I need them to tie more things in. I feel like they just took a bunch of like random people married them off, and like there's nothing tying everybody together. There's no underline, maybe secret or unison. There's nothing there for them to protect. You know what I mean? Like the gates, it's like a gated community that has gates at the front, but the side and the back you could just drive
It's
in.
open.
Like
Yeah.
that's how it feels.
Because I think it was even, was it Ted? Was it Original Recipe Ted?
Original recipe, Ted.
You know what?
He have a piece of jewelry made for Nicole as well for their anniversary?
Oh my God.
I want to say yeah. I want to say
remember.
yeah.
Because I think they all have a jeweler, but it's that kind of stuff where it's like let's not downplay it. Let's not be shy about it. Like
Yeah, let's flaunt it. And even let's have some stature in it. Like let's not be so open. We've had multiple cautionary tales now of letting people in when they had ulterior motives, right? We've got Haley, we've got Eva, we've got like all of these people.
And also, did Tomas think he was going to put Kat on a flight to United flight to Puerto Rico?
They
Now
was gonna take that last Spirit flight. That last
Coach.
Spirit flight.
Group 6.
What?
Now boarding group 6.
Right.
Yeah, like what? Like because
You got
Kat
that
would be
exit
like,
row.
Grandpa or whatever I don't know. I don't even know what they call Vernon, but
Grand.
I think they're both grand. Yeah.
like, but I need the jet. We're going to Puerto Rico for the weekend.
I mean, seriously. Or ask our favorite aunt, like Danny. I need the jet, sis.
But because even if they flew commercial, Kat would want to be first class, and I don't think Tomas would be. And so would Kat just be waving to Tomas as he passes by first class to go to his coach seat?
Calling the flight attendant, excuse me, can I send a bottle of water to the peasant in the back of it?
Because Tomas would expect Kat to sit in the middle seat and coach.
Once again, why they are not compatible.
Next to the bathroom.
And see, that's the difference between Ted and Tomas, right? Because they have a lot of similarities. But Ted understood that he had to create champagne dreams for Nicole. Tomas thinks that he can give Kat bologna sandwiches and she gonna deal with it. That's not the case.
But you know what, with Tomas though, I feel as though here's my thing. I'm very conflicted when it comes on to this particular thing because I feel like he wants to provide that life, but he also wants Kat to wait. Like he's expecting her to wait 20 years until he builds up his career and finally gets to, maybe like Bill's status. Instead of her living the life that she can live right now. Like,
but I don't think,
like, I don't know.
I don't think Tomas has it in him.
I don't.
Like
I don't.
Before you came on, I was saying I can't believe he graduated law school.
Oh no.
Yeah. He's slow. Like he does not connect the dots.
I blame the writers, y'all. I blame the writers. The writers are dumbing this man down. At the end of the day, y'all know I'm always gonna shit the writers on. Like to me, it's everything is their fault. It's all like just they're the villains. They're the villains because I get it. Like he could not be from that world or whatever, but the way they write him, it's almost like he's doing nothing to earn his spot or really cement himself in that world. Bill's like, network, make connections, and they're just writing him failing.
Even Bill said you haven't brought in a new client since I promoted you.
Oh my gosh. And then the way, he's just in over his head. And the only person that comforted you was Andre. Look at that comparison.
But Bill
Like,
himself is a hypocrite too.
you
Like,
said who?
Bill's a hypocrite. Like, when has he gotten a new case? The only reason he has this case is because Madison is,
Right.
Chelsea's fiance. Where's the new cases, Bill?
And also, like, Vernon built his business for him.
Right. He was Vernon's fixer.
Right.
That's how he got all them doggone clients.
And Vernon introduced him. Vernon and Danny introduced him to high society to get clients.
Exactly. So he doesn't even, his stature is not going to keep going.
Right.
That's
and
why
you
he
know
wants
that,
Tomas.
And you know that Vernon threw clients Bill's way in the beginning. He was like, oh, you should, use my son-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
No, facts. And Tom, Danny bought that building. He didn't even buy that law firm. That was Danny. So but he got money now. He done bought Caroline that car.
That still annoys
That's
me.
on credit, I believe. We're gonna find out that Bill is really broke. Haley's gonna find out the hard way. She gonna think that $10 million is gonna come to her. Listen, I feel like if the writers really want to excite us, they will make us find out Bill is really broke. Okay,
he's so over leveraged. Yeah,
he don't got no money. Like he's been like putting on this show for all these years, and that's why that's why he started cheating on Danny, because he really resents her, because he's been trying to make it this entire time. Yes, Vernon has thrown him clients here and there, but it still was never enough for him to keep up the appearance. Because like really and truly, how many people make it from nothing and grow into generational wealth? Like,
right.
You know what I mean?
No, seriously. And to be able to throw it around the way that he does, like even that comment that he made to Haley when he was asking her about Kyle, and she was like, why would you even imply that I would cheat on you? And he was like, oh honey, I know you're not gonna cheat on me. With all this money, you're not going nowhere. And it was just like,
yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I just watched a show. God, what was it? I just watched something where a guy was basically, it was like, he was, they thought the wife or girlfriend or whatever thought he was wealthy, but he was like, using one credit card to pay the other credit card and the other credit card to pay the, it was like he was, and he was just, he was completely over, and I can't remember what it was I watched, but it was like basically, and that would be so funny for the con woman to
be conned,
to be conned and realize that he's everything it's a house of cards.
Yeah.
I think that right. Via said like Todd and Tony from Girlfriends. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I think that would be great.
That would be amazing.
If Danny gets pregnant, that would kind of be Bill's in to get back to the money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like he now has an excuse to get back into that world, because like at this point, his what do you call that? His firm, he can't afford to pay all these people, right? Because what's her name? Caroline's gonna be like, but you just bought me a car. Why is our checks bouncing? Like, I would really love for it to like play out that way, to the point where Haley is like, what the hell? I spent a year pumping into this man, trying to put my all here, and there is no payout to get. Now she also has to start scrambling to figure out how is she going to stay, because maybe she likes behind the gates, right? She doesn't want to leave. And so like, how is she gonna fit into this world of trying to figure out where she's gonna get her money from? Because she got no money, Bill ain't got no money. I don't know.
Caroline, what if Caroline's car gets repossessed?
Right?
She's like, what happened to my car?
Right?
No, facts. And there is some merit to where you're going, Nash, because I'm sitting here thinking about it. Why was Bill so serious about finding a prenup with Andre and Danny?
Ooh.
Remember, he was like hell bent. He was like, I found the marriage certificate.
Yes.
But I didn't find the prenup. Like, what's up with that?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And Danny just like squashed it, like, oh, Andre got money, like whatever. That was never about Andre. That was about Bill.
Also, when Haley kept asking originally to buy that house, like on the
And he
island.
said they got outbid.
Yeah. What if they didn't? And he just doesn't have the funds for it.
Right. Because even now that he bought the house, they still haven't gotten there.
They
Right.
still haven't left to see it. There
They
ain't
still
no
haven't
house.
seen it.
Ain't no
Ain't no house.
Ain't no house,
Ain't
y'all.
no house.
Ain't no house.
That would be such a fun twist.
Yes.
That Haley, it's all a mirage.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill is broke. Big bad Bill is broke. Ooh.
Because they did say that he had to, like, Danny did get money in the divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yes, she did.
That was
yes,
all
she
her
did.
money he was giving her back. She don't know. Like, it's gonna come out, y'all. Let me tell y'all.
Yes,
y'all,
and like
y'all
somebody
know my
said in
brain be working. The
I love
brain
it.
be working, right? So all this time he's been siphoning money off of Danny, right? The money she got back in her divorce is really just her money. Like, it wasn't actually Bill's. He was just giving her back her money. And whatever was left over is what has been floating him, Haley, the company and everybody. And that's why when he saw that $15,000 budget thing, he was like, you let Lynette spend. Maybe he really didn't care about Lynette blackmailing Haley, but more so if Lynette kept spending money, they would have ran out of money.
They would have ran out of money.
right.
I fully believe that. I could fully see that for sure.
CBS, call me CBS.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I can see
and
that. And someone said in the comments that he had to lose clients when he divorced Danny. Absolutely.
and what if Madison gets a phone call and says, the funding for your research has not come through?
Yep. Maybe it was like installment.
And,
He made the first installment and hasn't followed up on the rest of it.
Ooh.
But wait, pause, y'all. Okay, this is a soap opera, so nothing is out of bounds, right?
Facts.
Remember, we had passions. People were coming back from the dead. We had witches, so nothing's out of bounds. Hold on, hear me out. What if Madison's lawsuit is really the con? Right? So if Madison's medical insurance pays out her malpractice to this random woman we've never met, this kid we've never seen, ties back into Bill, like Bill's gonna get paid from this. He's running out of money, y'all.